Welcome back, brothers to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of what the Tyranids could possibly be running from. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. And be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get into the video.
Kelthorn had been dead for 319 years, yet the Imperium still watched it. The world turned beneath Arga Bastion St. Orpheon, a grey sphere scarred by the fused remains of continents and the dark glass of ancient bombardments. Nothing moved across its surface except dust storms and the slow crawl of irradiated clouds. No oceans remained, no forests, no cities that could still be called cities. Only ruins, ossuaries, and the skeletal remains of defense lines abandoned by men whose names had become numbers in administratum vaults. Station Commander Edric Halbrecht regarded the world through the armored observation blister and thought it looked peaceful. That alone made him distrust it. Repeat the return. The augur servitor did not answer in words. Its jaw had been removed decades before and replaced with a brass grill from which issued a droning sequence of machine cant. Cables entered the sockets where its eyes had once been. Its fingers twitched across a bank of rune keys, each movement precise and bloodless. Lieutenant Marek leaned over the primary Auspex display. Green light washed across his narrow face. Contact mass remains unresolved, Commander. Bearing unchanged. Velocity increasing. How many? Marek swallowed. Too many for the array to distinguish. Halbrecht turned from the viewport. That is not a number. No, Commander. Then give me an estimate. The lieutenant looked down again. The hololithic projection shivered above the command dais, a cloud of amber returns spreading across the outer reaches of the system. At least 600 major bodies, possibly more, thousands of lesser contacts surrounding them. Silence held the command deck. Then someone laughed. It came from the tactical pit, a single cracked sound of disbelief. Another officer joined him. Within moments, relief moved through the chamber like warmth returning to a frozen limb. 600 bioships. A remnant then. A broken tendril. Survivors from some distant slaughter, driven through the void without cohesion or purpose. Leviathan has been bloodied, said Ensign Cord, grinning openly. The Emperor has seen fit to send us its carcass. Halbrecht stared at the projection. The contacts were moving too fast. Tyranid hive fleets did not hurry. They descended upon worlds with the certainty of tides. They surrounded. They seeded. They smothered resistance beneath numbers and hunger. Then they drank, until nothing remained. These things were not approaching Kelthorn as predators. They were crossing the system like beasts fleeing fire. Magnify the lead elements. The hololith shifted. The command deck's relief died. The foremost bioships did not hold formation. Vast nautiloid creatures struck one another in the darkness, splitting open in blossoms of frozen ichor. Living escorts were shed from their flanks in writhing clusters. Some turned upon their parent vessels, biting into ruptured flesh as instinct overcame command. Others spun helplessly through the void, their membranous veins torn away by the fleet's passage. A wounded hive ship drifted across the display, its hindquarters missing. Smaller organisms clung to the exposed cavity. They did not attempt to repair it. They tore free strips of living tissue and launched themselves onward. The crippled creature was abandoned. Halbrecht felt the hair rise along his arms. Run trajectory projections. Marek's hands moved over the console. Several lines extended from the swarm. None terminated at Kelthorn. All passed through it. Beyond the dead world lay the Gathalamor Reach, its shrine moons, its forge holdings, its agri-systems, and its hive worlds swollen with uncounted human lives. They are not broken, Halbrecht said. No one laughed now. A warning chime sounded from the planetary watch station. Then another, then all of them. Red runes ignited across the lower hololith, not in orbit, but beneath Kelthorn's surface. Subterranean movement, Marek said. multiple locations, settlement ruins, bunker complexes, the old pilgrim vaults. Life signs, thousands. The station had watched Kelthorne for 3 centuries. Its picked feeds had seen nothing larger than vermin. No heat blooms, no atmospheric disturbances, no movement beneath the wastes. Yet something had been waiting below. On the planet, beneath the collapsed Basilica of St. Drusus, the first Genestealer opened its eyes. It unfolded from a coffin of compacted dust and human bones. 4 arms flexed, claws scraped stone. Around it, others stirred in the darkness, their pale skulls lifting as one. The command had not come as sound. It had come as hunger. In shelters buried beneath the equatorial ruins, descendants of reclamation crews woke to warning sirens. Men dragged on rebreathers. Children were pushed into maintenance shafts. Defense troopers sealed blast doors and took firing positions beneath icons of the Emperor blackened by age. The Genestealers came through the walls. They tore through ferrocrete and rusted plating with claws that sliced armor and flesh together. A trooper fired his laser gun until the barrel glowed, severing one creature's arm and burning a crater through another's chest. Neither stopped. The first reached him and opened him from collar to pelvis. The second leapt over his body and struck the shelter door with enough force to buckle it inward. There was no battle after that, only killing. Elsewhere, a lictor rose from the ash dunes outside the planetary astropathic relay. Its skin shifted through the colors of dust, stone, and shadow. It crossed the open ground without disturbing the wind-blown ash. The relay guards died without seeing it. One was lifted bodily from the parapet, a feeder tendril punching through his eye socket before he could cry out. Another turned at the wet sound and saw only a distortion in the air before a mantis claw took off his head. The lictor entered the relay chamber and found the astropaths already screaming. The shadow in the warp had reached them. On St. Orpheon, the first astropath began to convulse. His name was Malthus Rain. He had served the station for 47 years and had not possessed eyes for any of them. Silver plates covered the ruined sockets. Prayer script had been etched around their edges in a hand too small for unaugmented sight. He fell from his restraint throne and struck the floor hard enough to break teeth. The others followed. Halbrecht entered the choir chamber as attendants tried to hold them down. The air smelled of incense, sweat, and blood. "Transmit," he ordered. Choirmaster Vale looked at him in horror. "They cannot shape the message. They will shape it. They will die." Halbrecht stepped close enough that the choirmaster could see his reflection in the commander's polished breastplate. "So will everyone in the Reach, if they are not warned." Vale lowered his head. "By your command." The astropaths were chained into their thrones. Rane began to laugh. It was not his voice, nor was it one voice. The sound emerged in layers, old and young, male and female, human, and something beyond human. His hands rose to the silver plates covering his eyes. Before the attendants could stop him, he hooked his fingers beneath them and tore them free. Blood sheeted down his face. He screamed once. Then the choir joined him. The psychic message left St. Orpheon as a mutilated thing. It carried no proper designation, no coordinates the receiving mind could trust, no orderly declaration of threat. It carried claws. It carried hunger. It carried the sensation of 1,000,000,000,000 mouths closing. And behind them, distant but approaching, it carried a black sun bound in screaming metal. Every astropath in the chamber died. Some broke their own necks against their restraints. Some bit through their tongues and drowned in blood. Rane remained alive longest, whispering a final phrase through shattered teeth. "It cuts the dark." Then his heart stopped. The first Imperial Monitor Squadron engaged the swarm within the hour. They were old ships, built for customs enforcement and piracy suppression, each armed with prow torpedo tubes and dorsal macro-cannon batteries. Against a hive fleet, they were nothing. Still, they advanced. Commander Jorvan hailed St. Orpheon from the bridge of the Unyielding Faith. His face appeared on the command deck pict screen, blurred by static. "We will delay them." Halbrecht studied the man's expression. Jorvan was afraid. He made no attempt to hide it. "You will die," Halbrecht said. "That is not the same as failing." The Monitor Squadron fired at maximum range. Torpedoes crossed the void in disciplined waves, engines burning white against the dark. Tyranid organisms moved to intercept, spreading vast, membranous wings. Some were struck and burst apart. Others swallowed the torpedoes whole. The warheads detonated inside them. Living ships vanished in expanding clouds of incandescent tissue. A hive vessel split lengthways, its interior chambers exposed to vacuum. Thousands of smaller organisms spilled from it, freezing as they tumbled. The gaps closed before the explosions faded. Pyro-acid crossed the darkness in luminous streams. It struck the Emperor's dew across the prow. Armor ran like wax. Decks beneath dissolved one after another, exposing crew compartments to space. Men burned and froze in the same instant. The Unyielding Faith rammed a Kraken beast that had coiled around its sister ship. Macro cannon fire tore through chitin at point-blank range. The creature's feeder tendrils punched through the Monitor's hull and opened within, splitting into hundreds of barbed tubes. They drank men from their armor. They drank blood from the deck channels. They drank the heat from dying bodies. Jorvan's final transmission was not a speech. "Still firing," he said. Then the pict screen became snow. The Monitor's reactor died moments later. The ship vanished beneath living forms. St. Orpheon's gun crews opened fire. Macro batteries thundered along the station's spine. The recoil passed through the decks like the impact of a giant's fist. Defense lasers carved bright lines across the void. A bioship's forward carapace ruptured beneath the barrage, exposing pulsing chambers and knots of translucent organs. It did not turn away. It accelerated. "Impact vector!" Marek shouted. Halbrecht saw the damaged hive ship bearing down upon them, not drifting, aiming. "All batteries concentrate fire." The station struck it again and again. Chunks of flesh the size of hab blocks tore free. The creature's mouthparts opened as if in pain or ecstasy. Its internal fluids froze into glittering clouds around it. It came on. The collision broke St. Orpheon's back. The command deck pitched sideways. Men and servitors were thrown from their stations. The observation blister cracked, but held. Emergency bulkheads descended, cutting officers in half when they failed to clear the thresholds. The dead hive ship smeared itself across the station. Its ruptured organs burst into the corridors. They were full of life. Hormagaunts poured from fleshy cavities before the hull had stopped shaking. They came through fire and vacuum, claws striking sparks from the deck, where explosions had torn away sections of corridor. The first creatures leapt and missed, spinning into space. The next hurled themselves onto the bodies of the first. More followed, building bridges of their own dead across the gaps. Termagants crawled behind them. Their flesh borers spasmed in their claws. Beetle-like organisms shot from the living weapons and struck fleeing crew. They burrowed through uniforms and skin, chewing frantically toward warmth. Men collapsed shrieking, clawing at their own chests as the ammunition ate into their organs. Halbrecht drew his bolt pistol. "Seal the command level." "Bulkhead control is gone," Marek said. "Then barricade it." The station shook again. Not from the Tyranids. A new vessel had entered local space. Its hull was black, its armored flanks marked by the silver icon of the Inquisition. Lance batteries burned along its prow. It moved with the brutal certainty of a blade being driven into flesh. The oath of vigilance. On its strategium deck, Watch Captain Mordain Krail regarded the dying station without expression. He wore black plate scarred by acid and claw marks. His left pauldron bore the silver of the Death Watch. His right displayed the faded heraldry of a chapter whose name he had not spoken in decades. Around him stood Kill Team Vengeance. Brother Librarian Castor Vare watched St. Orpheon through sightless psychic senses, and felt the swarm fill the void. It was hunger without malice, purpose without mercy. "Several thousand life signs remain aboard the station," said Brother Arcturus. Krail studied the tactical projection. "The for now. Then we recover it." Arcturus looked toward the station. "And the survivors?" Krail's gaze did not move. "They are already dead." The teleport strike placed them inside a corridor filled with smoke, spore mist, and screaming men. The Death Watch opened fire before the light of translation faded. Bolters roared. Kraken penetrator rounds punched through the armored skulls of Tyranid warriors and detonated within. Chitin burst outward in black shards. One creature lost half its head and remained standing, lash whip snapping across the corridor. Krail cut the living tendril apart with his Xenophase blade. Brother Solon fired his frag cannon. The weapon's discharge filled the passage with a storm of metal. Gaunts became red ruin. Limbs, claws, and chunks of ribbed carapace struck the walls hard enough to embed themselves. The Space Marines advanced through what remained. A Carnifex smashed through the deck ahead of them. It rose in a shower of plating, massive and hunched, its crushing claws opening wide. Heavy venom dripped from its jaws. It charged. The Black Shield met it. His thunderhammer struck the deck instead of the beast. The blow shattered support struts beneath the Carnifex. Metal folded. The creature plunged through the collapsing floor, taking dozens of gaunts with it. Its roar continued from the levels below. "Efficient," Krail said. The Black Shield inclined his helm. They reached the command deck through a passage choked with bodies. Halbrecht still lived. One arm hung uselessly. Blood covered his uniform. He stood beside the... "You came," he said. "For the core," Krail replied. Halbrecht laughed once. "Of course." Ver placed one gauntleted hand against the cogitator housing. The hive mind touched him, not with intent, not as one mind greeting another. He was beneath notice. He felt an intelligence greater than worlds withdrawing a wounded limb from flame. At the same time, that limb closed its claws around Kelthorn and began to feed. There was no fear. There was calculation, and behind the swarm came an absence. It moved through the warp like a blade drawn through living thought. Ver staggered. "Librarian," Krail said. "Something follows them." "We know." "No." Ver's voice emerged as a rasp. "We know nothing." Outside, capillary towers ruptured from Kelthorn's crust. They rose through ruined cities, pulsing columns of flesh visible from orbit. Digestion pools spread across the wastes. Atmospheric spores thickened the skies until the dead world wore a shroud. The Tyranids were fleeing. They were still devouring everything. Krail tore the extraction. Halbrecht did not move. "There are survivors below." Krail faced him. "I heard them." For an instant, the commander's expression became hatred. Then it became understanding. "Go," Halbrecht said. The kill team gathered around the teleport beacon. The shadow in the warp vanished. Every Tyranid organism on St. Orpheon froze. For 7 seconds, nothing moved. Warriors stood rigid in the corridors. Gaunts halted with claws buried in human bodies. Flesh-borer beetles stopped chewing. Even the capillary towers below ceased their obscene pulsing. Then the synapse creatures screamed. The sound tore through steel. Lesser organisms collapsed into sudden madness. Hormagaunts attacked one another. Termagants fired blindly into walls. The Carnifex below began battering the station apart in mindless rage. Ver fell to one knee. Across the psychic dark, he heard something vast suffer an amputation. The teleport field claimed the Death Watch. St. Orpheon vanished beneath them. From the bridge of the Oath of Vigilance, Krail watched the dead station break apart above Kelthorn. Beyond the system, stars began to disappear. Not all at once, one after another, as though something immense was closing its hand across the heavens. Carthis Prime did not sleep. It labored. Its continents burned with furnace light from pole to pole, each landmass armored beneath strata of hive cities, manufactoria, transit causeways and defense bastions layered one atop another across 10,000 years of unbroken industry. Chimney stacks climbed into the poison cloud deck like the organ pipes of some colossal cathedral. Their smoke merged with the planet's permanent pall, staining the heavens the color of old iron. 23 billion souls lived beneath those clouds. They worked the shell presses. They fed the macro forges. They sealed propellant charges into brass casings with fingers made black by chemical burns. They stamped aquilers into rifle housings and hauled earthshaker rounds along chains of rusted conveyor shrines. They were born beneath the manufacturum bells, grew old beneath the same bells, and died before the bells ever ceased. The Gathalamor Reach armed 3 neighboring subsectors. Carthis Prime armed the Gathalamor Reach. That was why Lord General Severin Gael had chosen to remain. The strategium of Bastion Invictus lay beneath 200 meters of ferrocrete and adamantium reinforcement. Its walls were hung with regimental standards darkened by smoke and age. Some had been recovered from worlds that no longer existed. Others had been taken from officers shot for cowardice, treason, or incompetence, and preserved as reminders that duty survived the men who failed it. Gale stood beneath them, while Kelthorn died again in green hololithic light. The Augur record showed the Tyranid bioships tearing through the dead system, their formation loose, their velocities ruinous. One enormous organism struck another amidships. Both ruptured. Neither slowed the swarm. The projection expanded. Amber lines marked the worlds the fleet had ignored. A mining colony with 3 million workers. An agri-moon rich in livestock. 2 shrine stations crowded with pilgrims. A gas giant whose upper atmosphere held vast shoals of native organisms. All had been bypassed. The red lines converged upon Carthis Prime. "Their deviation is deliberate," said Commodore Armand Vale. "They could have fed at Silex. They could have taken the herds of Morn's respite. Instead, they are burning their own vessels to maintain this approach." Gale clasped his hands behind his back. "Estimated time to system boundary? Less than 4 days. Orbital engagement? Within 6. And surface landings? If the fleet maintains present speed, within 7. The Commodore hesitated. "If." Gale looked at him. "Speak." "They may accelerate again." The hololithic Tyranid mass passed through Kelthorn and continued into the Gathalamor Reach. The projection represented hundreds of vessels, yet Gale knew every mark concealed its own broods of escorts, spores, and assault organisms. The true number was already beyond reliable reckoning. "Population concentrations," he said. The projection changed. Carthis Prime became a sphere of red light. The greatest brightness burned around Hive Gathalamor, where 7 billion souls lived beneath one shield network and drew water from the same poisoned aquifers. Smaller hives glowed across the equatorial manufacturum belt. The forge moon, Aleph Tertius, shone in orbit, smaller but brighter than entire continents. The Tyranid trajectory aligned with them all. "They are not seeking the nearest biomass," Gale said. "No," Vale replied. "They are seeking the greatest. Then we shall make them pay for every mouthful." The War Council assembled before the hour ended. They came in person where they could, by hololithic transmission where they could not, and by proxy servitor, when neither flesh nor bandwidth could be spared. Magos Dominus Hester 9 attended as a column of crimson robes, articulated limbs, and exposed machinery. His lower body had long ago been replaced by a tracked carriage whose iron treads clicked across the polished floor. Mechadendrites rose behind him like the limbs of a steel arachnid. Tiny sensors hung from their joints, releasing threads of sacred unguent smoke. Commodore Vale stood with the captains of the System Defense Fleet. Cardinal Militant Orpheus arrived beneath a canopy carried by penitents. His vestments were sewn with fragments of saints' bones and the teeth of executed heretics. Governor Arcturan Pell appeared by hollow, his image flickering beneath the strain of overloaded relay networks. Watch Captain Mordain Krail stood apart from them all. The black armor of the Death Watch drank the Strategium's light. His left pauldron bore the silver of the long vigil. His helm remained locked to his belt, revealing a face crossed by old scars and stripped of all softness by decades of sanctioned killing. Beside him waited brother librarian Castor Vare. Vare's skin was pale enough to resemble wax. Blood had dried beneath one nostril. His eyes were open, but he seemed to be looking at some place beyond the chamber. Gale took the command dais. Carthis Prime will not be evacuated. Governor Pell's image distorted as he flinched. My lord, I did not suggest. You were about to. The civilian population is 23 billion strong. The system possesses lift capacity for fewer than 1 part in 10,000, assuming every naval vessel abandons ammunition, fuel and troops. Evacuation is not a strategy. It is panic-granted administrative terminology. The governor fell silent. Guile continued. Carthis is the principal fortress of this reach. Its foundries produce ammunition, armor plate, and promethium derivatives required by every army within 600 light years. We will hold it until ordered otherwise by a superior authority. No such authority can answer through the shadow, said Cardinal Orpheus. Then we shall enjoy unusual freedom. The cardinal's mouth tightened. Hester 9 emitted a burst of Binharic static. His translator rendered it into a voice like metal drawn across stone. Aleph Tertius cannot be abandoned. Forge output projections demonstrate a 72% degradation of regional war capacity should the moon be lost. It is in the Tyranids' direct path, said Vale. Therefore it requires reinforcement. It requires demolition. Hester 9's optics brightened. Statement classified as doctrinal blasphemy. Vale leaned forward. Your moon cannot maneuver, Magos. I will not chain half my ships to a lump of sacred iron while the enemy envelops us. You mistake sacred iron for inert matter. I mistake nothing. I know precisely how quickly a hive ship can gut a stationary target. One of Hester 9's mechadendrites struck the floor hard enough to crack stone. Naval conjecture is not strategic authority, nor is machine superstition. Enough, Gale said. The word was quiet. It silenced them. Cardinal Orpheus raised a jeweled hand. The people require certainty. They have heard rumors from Kelthorn. Already there are riots in the lower Habs. The faithful must be gathered beneath the basilicas, shown the relics, and made to witness the punishment of those who spread defeatism. Mass gatherings invite cult infiltration, said Krail. The cardinal regarded him with naked dislike. The faithful are not insects to be scattered at the word of a Xenos hunter. No, Krail said. Insects display greater discipline. The chamber froze. Orpheus's penitents lowered their eyes. Gale spoke before the cardinal could answer. There will be no pilgrimages. My Lord General, the transit arteries are required for armor, ammunition, and labor battalions. Civilians moving without military authorization will be shot. Priests obstructing defense operations will be shot. Cult suspects will be examined by the Arbites and the Ordo authorities. Orpheus's face reddened. You would deny the people the Emperor's solace? I would deny the Tyranids a more convenient meal. Krail stepped forward. Lord General. Gale inclined his head. The Death Watch captain placed a black. The Kelthorn recording vanished. In its place appeared the severed flank of a Tyranid bioship. A cavity larger than a battle cruiser had been excised from its body. The wound was smooth, not torn, not cauterized by lance fire, not cratered by macro shells, removed. The surface around the absence shone like black glass. These images were recovered from St. Orpheon, Krail said. The vessel crossed within range of the station's auspex before impact. Vale studied the wound. Nova cannon? No. Eldari distortion weaponry? The geometry is inconsistent. Hester 9 extended 3 mechadendrites into the hololithic field. Vitrification pattern does not correspond with thermal trauma. Molecular cohesion has been rewritten along the wound boundary. Necron? Gale asked. Possibility index unresolved. The image changed. Another bioship appeared. Half its prow was gone. A third had lost entire internal chambers without any rupture around them. A fourth showed a perfect tunnel through its length, as though some colossal drill of darkness had passed through flesh, armor, and organs without producing debris. No fragments were recovered, Krail said. No tissue, no spores, no ash. Governor Pell stared from his wavering hololith. What did that? We do not know. Then how can we defend against it? Krail's gaze moved to him. We begin by not presuming that we can. Vare spoke. The thing behind the fleet is not merely a weapon. His voice was hoarse. Every face turned toward him. The shadow in the warp is a pressure upon the soul. It suffocates astropathic communion, blinds navigators, and crushes weaker minds beneath the gestalt presence of the Hive fleet. At Kelthorn, that pressure ended. Cardinal Orpheus made the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor's light broke it. No, Vare said. Orpheus recoiled as though struck. The librarian continued. It was cut away, not weakened, not dispersed, erased. The warp became silent where the pursuing force moved. I felt the hive mind lose contact with its organisms. I felt something sever a portion of that intelligence as a blade severs flesh. Gale studied him. Can this force destroy the Tyranids? Yes. The answer came without hesitation. A murmur passed through the council. Then perhaps, Gale said, we permit it to do so. Krail turned his head. Anything capable of driving a hive fleet from viable biomass is not an ally. An enemy may still serve our purpose, until its purpose becomes us. Gale's eyes narrowed. You advise fighting both. I advise understanding what approach is before inviting it into an inhabited system. We have less than a week. Then waste no hour pretending the second threat absolves us of the first. For several heartbeats, the Lord General and the Watch Captain regarded one another across the hololithic swarm. Gale broke the silence. Carthus Prime becomes a fortress entire. Orders passed from Bastion Invictus before the council had dispersed. Across the planet, sirens changed their tone. Manufactoria ceased civilian production. Assembly lines that had stamped ration tins began producing mine casings. Transit foundries turned out trench plates. Shell presses doubled their labor rotations and removed safety restrictions. Men collapsed beside machines and were dragged away without stopping the belts. Hundreds of millions were conscripted into work cohorts. They went to the equatorial defense belts, carrying picks, cutters, and devotional tags tied around their wrists. Excavators clawed trenches into poisoned soil, while laborers reinforced them with ferrocrete slabs and the wreckage of condemned habs. Entire settlements were flattened to clear firing lanes. Families watched their homes crushed beneath dozer blades and were then ordered to help lay mines where their children had slept. Basilisk batteries took position behind the first defensive zones. Their Earthshaker cannons were elevated toward the horizon, like the instruments of a planetary execution. Manticore launchers withdrew into hardened revetments, their Storm Eagle rockets locked beneath armored covers. Lehman Russ companies were assigned overlapping corridors. Battle tanks guarded the open approaches. Demolishers waited amid the industrial ruins, where engagements would be measured in meters. Punishers were stationed at choke points, expected to drown beneath gaunt swarms. Executioners stood behind them, plasma coils humming beneath the attentions of red-robed engine seers. At the principal causeways leading into Hive Gathalamor, Baneblades took station. Their commanders received sealed orders, forbidding withdrawal. Mortis Line 9 lay west of the Hive, where 6 great transit arteries emerged from the Manufactorum plains and converged upon the outer gates. The 77th Brontian Longknives were sent there. Colonel Garin Holt watched his regiment disembark beneath a sky the color of ash. The Brontians came in disciplined columns, grey greatcoats hanging over flak armor, long bayonets fixed beneath their lasgun barrels. Their homeworld had taught them siegecraft before it taught them literacy. They carried entrenching tools sharpened along one edge and wore rebreather masks at their belts. Holt walked the line without ceremony. Heavy bolter teams established interlocking fields of fire behind sandbag walls. Autocannons were emplaced where they could rake the approaches. Plasma gunners checked cooling flasks and recited the litany of containment. Flamer crews stacked promethium cylinders inside blast pits. Melter charges were issued to demolition squads and signed for as though they were relics. Major Tyrn brought Holt the strength ledger. "We are short on power cells." "How short?" "Enough to matter. Everything matters." "Munitorum promises resupply before contact." Holt looked toward the horizon, where laborers were still digging. "The Munitorum promises many things." Commissar Lucian Rourke joined them. His coat was black, his breastplate polished, his cap bearing the golden skull of his office. He had a narrow face and the patient expression of a man accustomed to waiting for others to make fatal mistakes. Holt raised his voice so the nearest companies could hear. "When the swarm comes, you will be tempted to fire at movement. Do not. You will be tempted to empty your charge packs into the first thing with claws. Do not. The creature you kill too early will become cover for the creature behind it." The soldiers watched him. "Ammunition is time. Time is distance. Distance is life. You will fire when your officers command it, and not before." A trooper called from the ranks. "And when the officers are dead, Colonel?" "Then the nearest man with a functioning brain assumes command." Rourke's mouth almost became a smile. "Provided he demonstrates that function quickly." The regiment answered with low laughter. It did not last. A red flare rose from the refugee transit district behind them. Rourke turned before the report reached his vox. "Cult action," said an Arbeit's voice through static. "Transit Hab 47. Multiple hybrids. Casualties ongoing." Rourke drew his bolt pistol. "I will return." Holt looked at him. "With how many?" "Enough." Transit Hab 47 held 9,000 refugees from the southern grain continents. They had been packed into loading vaults, rationed by Hab block, and sorted for transport toward Hive Gathalamor's inner districts. By the time Rourke arrived, the outer doors were running with blood. Arbeit's enforcers held the concourse behind slab shields. Shotguns roared through the smoke. Something moved beyond them with too many limbs and a miner's respirator hanging from its throat. A hybrid leapt the barricade. Rourke shot it through the face. The bolt detonated inside its skull, scattering bone, teeth, and grey matter across the enforcer behind it. More shapes surged through the doors. Some still wore labor robes. Some wore stolen flak coats. One carried a child beneath one arm and a mining laser in the other. The Arbeits opened fire. The child fell with the rest. Rourke watched the concourse for 3 seconds. Then he made his decision. "Seal the Hab." The Arbeits captain stared at him. "There are thousands inside." "Yes." "We can clear it level by level." "No." "Commissar, the infiltration is established. You cannot identify every carrier. You cannot search 9,000 souls before the fleet arrives." A scream echoed from within the Hab. It ended wetly. Rourke holstered his pistol. "Seal it." The blast doors closed. Hands struck the interior surface before the locking bolts had fully engaged. Some were human. Rourke ordered promethium fed into the ventilation system. Flame moved through Transit Hab 47 from the lowest ducts upward. The first screams came through the walls, then hundreds, then thousands. The Arbeit's captain removed his helm and vomited onto the deck. Rourke watched the temperature runes climb. "Record the district as cleansed." On the agricultural continents, evacuation orders became law. Chimeras and mass haulers drove through villages beneath loudspeaker proclamations. Families were given minutes to gather. Those who resisted were beaten or shot. Livestock was slaughtered and burned where it could not be transported. Grain silos were laced with incendiaries. The roads toward the hives became rivers of humanity. Gael watched them from the strategium. The public orders described sanctuary behind the hive walls. The classified projections described something else. The hives could not shelter them all. Millions would remain in the outer districts. Millions more would be trapped on the approaches when the gates closed. Their concentration would attract the swarm toward the prepared artillery corridors. Governor Pell had called it monstrous. Gael had answered that monsters did not require justification. Generals did. A chime sounded from the observatory channel. The planetary projection vanished. A black sphere appeared above the strategium table. Fractured rings encircled it, each segment larger than an orbital dock. Dead vessels drifted around the structure. Their crescent hulls and skeletal silhouettes matched Necron design records held under the highest seals. Streams of metallic debris trailed behind the sphere like the broken chains of a captive god. Hester 9 emitted a low burst of machine cant. Source? Deep System Observatories, Vale said. Multiple confirmations. The image magnified. Stars visible beyond the object appeared twisted. Some stretched into pale arcs. Others vanished when viewed through its wake and returned only after the sphere had passed. Gravitational distortion? Gael asked. No, Vare said. He had gone paler still. What then? Suppression. The librarian stepped toward the image. Not force exerted upon reality. Reality denied permission to behave as it should. Krail's hand settled upon the hilt of his blade. How long? Vale consulted the projection. It will enter the outer system after the Tyranids. By how much? Hours. No one spoke. Then Carthus Prime's orbital defense grid fired. The strategium lights dimmed as power was drawn into the defense lasers. On the hololith, beams lanced upward from equatorial bastions and orbital platforms. The first Tyranid spores had reached the atmosphere. Thousands burned. Their outer shells ignited, trailing fire across the sky. Some burst apart in clouds of ash and steaming ichor. Millions continued downward. Across Carthus Prime, workers left their machines and looked up. Soldiers climbed from trenches. Priests fell to their knees. The objects descended in such numbers that the heavens darkened beneath them. Black rain began to fall, and across the world, every cloud began to move against the wind. The first spores struck before the final defense sirens had finished sounding. They fell across Carthus Prime in numbers too vast for any single command network to contain. Over the northern Manufactorum continents, mycetic pods punched through the smoke deck like falling meteors, their chitinous shells burning white at the edges. Some detonated against void-shielded towers and burst apart in sprays of incandescent fluid. Others survived the descent and smashed through assembly halls, munition vaults, and troop mustering yards with enough force to drive themselves through multiple levels of ferrocrete. One struck Manufactorum Vallis and went through the roof, through the shell press floor, through a workers' chapel, and buried itself halfway into the subterranean coolant works. The pod opened, its sides peeled back like the petals of a diseased flower. Hormagaunts came out screaming. They moved before the debris had stopped falling, bounding through dust and sparks on bladed limbs, their scything talons held wide. Press gangs and labor cohorts died at their stations. Men were caught in drive chains and torn apart between steel teeth. Others fled along conveyor lines, still carrying artillery shells, toward the loading shrines. Gaunts ran them down beneath the gaze of brass icons and opened their backs from neck to pelvis. Another spore struck the muster grounds outside Hive Corvin. It landed among 6 regiments waiting for transport. The impact flattened 3 companies. A heartbeat later, the pod ruptured and released raveners into the crater. The burrowing organisms vanished beneath the churned earth before the nearest platoons had even raised their rifles. They emerged again inside the command tents. Officers died over maps and deployment orders, dragged beneath the ground by claws that moved faster than men could turn. Across the southern continents, spores buried themselves in hive foundations and disgorged feeder organisms into drainage systems, sewage arteries, and maintenance vaults. In the equatorial defense belt, winged Tyranids flooded the sky. Gargoyles clustered around defense towers so densely that the gunners could no longer see the horizon. Hydra crews fired blind into the living darkness. Autocannons hammered. Brass casings poured across armored decks. Each burst tore open dozens of winged bodies, but the corpses struck the towers in waves, breaking antennae, blocking gun mounts, and smothering observation slits beneath pulped flesh and membranous wings. Some gargoyles died on the barrels. Others flew through the muzzle flash. They spat living ammunition into the gun pits. Flesh-borer organisms punched into flak. Armor then began to eat. Men screamed and clawed at their own wounds, while more of the winged swarm descended around them. There was no front. Every continent burned at once. At Mortis Line 9, Colonel Garin Holt watched the western horizon disappear beneath the swarm. The land beyond the trenches had once been a belt of worker settlements and chemical farms. Now it was open killing ground, scraped flat by dozers and seeded with mines. Range stakes marked the distances in black iron. The nearest stood 500 meters from the first trench. The furthest was almost lost beneath the first mass of advancing gaunts. They came as a dark tide, not in ranks, not in formations that any human army would have recognized. They came packed together so tightly that bodies collided and claws locked. Some were trampled beneath the press. Others ran over them without slowing. The ground vanished beneath chitin, talons, and pale, convulsing muscle. Holt raised his magnoculars. The swarm extended beyond the horizon. Range. Major Tern leaned close to the plotting board. 11 kilometers and closing. Artillery? Ready. Let them come. The Vox network crackled with requests from forward observers. Target solutions updated. Earthshaker batteries waited behind the line, their guns elevated, breaches loaded and sanctified. Manticore crews stood beneath sealed launch racks. Wyvern mortar vehicles turned their storm shard batteries toward the sky. Holt heard the first infantrymen begin to pray. Some whispered the Imperial Creed. Some recited regimental oaths. Some spoke the names of dead fathers and forgotten home cities. Commissar Lucian Rourke walked the trench behind them. He said nothing. He did not need to. At 8 kilometers, Holt lowered his magnoculars. Commence. The horizon erupted. Basilisk batteries fired by regiment. The sound struck Mortis Line 9 as a physical blow, flattening loose dust and shaking teeth in their sockets. Earthshaker shells passed overhead with a shriek that grew into thunder. They fell among the swarm. The first detonation lifted hundreds of gaunts into the air. The second tore open the ground beneath them. Then the entire approach vanished beneath fire, soil, shattered chitin, and atomized flesh. The barrage moved in measured lines. Each impact excavated a crater wide enough to swallow a tank. Tyranid bodies came apart in storms of limbs and pulped organs. Some creatures were hurled intact across hundreds of meters, landed broken, and still tried to crawl forward. Wyverns joined the bombardment. Storm shard mortars burst above the gaunt broods, filling the air with razor fragments. The swarm rippled as thousands were cut apart. Carapaces split. Heads vanished. Scything limbs spun through the smoke. Hydras opened fire on the gargoyle flocks. Their autocannons traversed with brutal speed, tracking across the sky and carving bloody corridors through the winged organisms. Burning bodies rained into the trenches. One struck a heavy bolter position hard enough to break the gunner's spine. "Hold infantry fire," Holt ordered. The gaunts kept coming. The first minefield disappeared beneath them. Explosions strobed across the plain. Termagants were thrown upward in pieces. Hormagaunts lost legs and dragged themselves forward on their claws. Spore smoke and dirt covered everything. Behind them came more. The Tyranids did not avoid the mines. They exhausted them. Termagants advanced first, driven by synaptic command into the seeded ground. Mine after mine detonated beneath their feet until the approach was paved with bodies. The living stepped onto the dead. More followed, forming ramps of flesh across craters and buried charges. Larger organisms advanced behind the sacrifice. Tyranid warriors strode over the corpse banks, their armored feet sinking through ruptured bodies. Venom cannons spasmed in their hands. Living projectiles crossed the distance in arcing trails and struck the outer trench. A weapons team disappeared in a burst of corrosive fluid. Men emerged from the smoke with their uniforms melting into their skin. One made it 3 steps before his legs collapsed beneath him and his hands came apart against the earth. Holt waited. The range stakes vanished one after another beneath the swarm. At 300 meters, he raised one hand. First rank. Lasguns came to shoulders. Fire. Mortis line. 9 became a wall of red light. Massed volleys struck the gaunts. Beams punched through skulls, tore limbs from sockets, and boiled wet cavities into alien flesh. Heavy bolters hammered from reinforced pits, each shell detonating within the packed bodies. Autocannons raked the larger warriors, punching through chitin plates and spraying black ichor across those behind them. The swarm absorbed it. The dead fell. The living climbed over them. Rourke moved along the firing step. "Short bursts," he shouted. "Aim for the head or the joint. Waste no charge on a corpse unless it moves." A young trooper fired too quickly, the muzzle of his lasgun jerking with each pull. Rourke seized the weapon, forced it down, and struck the man across the face. "Discipline!" The trooper blinked blood from his eyes. "Yes, Commissar." Again. The man raised the rifle. This time, his shots were measured. The first gaunts reached the wire. Flamers opened. Promethium rolled across the obstacles in blazing sheets. Tyranids caught fire and continued forward, their bodies becoming torches that ignited those around them. The air filled with the smell of scorched meat, burning chitin, and chemical accelerant. Then the ground began to shake. Holt felt it through the trench wall before he saw the cause. Beyond the burning gaunts came the carnifexes, dozens of them. They advanced through the artillery impacts as living engines of war, each larger than a tank, their forelimbs swollen into crushing claws, talons or symbiotic weapons. Some bore venom cannons fused into their arms, others carried heavy bioplasma organs that glowed through translucent sacs beneath their armored throats. "Lascannons," Holt said. The first beam struck. A carnifex lost one leg and crashed forward. It clawed itself upright again, dragging the ruined limb behind it. Another took a Lascannon hit through the chest. Steam and black blood burst from the wound. The beast roared and charged faster. Battle cannons fired from behind the trench. Lehman Russ tanks recoiled on their suspensions. Shells struck the advancing monsters and burst carapaces apart. One carnifex vanished from the waist up. Another was thrown sideways, rolled through the gaunt swarm, then rose with half its skull missing. The beasts reached the outer trench. The first fell into it and crushed an entire squad beneath its bulk. The second leapt the gap. It landed on a Lehman Russ. Its claws closed around the turret and drove downward. Armor screamed. The turret ring buckled. The commander vanished inside the hull as the entire structure collapsed into the crew compartment. Blood burst from the driver's vision slit. The tank's engine revved wildly as the Carnifex tore into the upper plate. A melter squad ran toward it. 3 died beneath venom fire. The remaining 2 reached the flank. One placed the weapon's muzzle against a cracked armor plate. "Clear!" He fired. The fusion blast bored through the Carnifex's torso and turned its internal organs into steam. The creature convulsed. Its crushing claw closed on the gunner and crushed him against its side, bursting his body inside his armor. The second melter trooper fired into the same wound. The Carnifex came apart. Its upper body split open in a torrent of boiling ichor, fragments of organ and shattered bone. The corpse collapsed across the ruined Lehman Russ and buried both men beneath it. More Carnifexes struck the line. One rammed through a bunker wall, taking heavy bolter fire across its face. Another tore an autocannon from its mount and swung it through the crew. A third opened its jaws and spat bioplasma into the trench. The impact turned 6 men into burning silhouettes. Holt watched the line markers disappear. Forward trench is compromised. Turn's face was grey beneath the grime. Agreed. Signal withdrawal to the second position. The order went out. Some companies received it. Others heard only static. The shadow in the warp had thickened until the Vox channels sounded like drowning men whispering beneath black water. Regimental frequencies bled into one another. Officers heard commands in voices that resembled their own. "Repeat," Holt demanded. "Controlled withdrawal. By platoon. Fire teams cover movement." The eastern companies began to pull back. The western companies did not move. "Why are they holding?" No response. Signal trooper adjusted the Vox set. "Receiving contradictory orders, Colonel." "From whom?" "Unknown." The speaker clicked. A voice came through. "Third company, advance to relay bunker 7. Command element waiting." It sounded like Major Tyrn. Tyrn stared at the Vox. "I did not send that." Holt looked west. Through the smoke, he saw men leaving the trench and moving toward an isolated bunker. Something waited on its roof. At first, it resembled a section of damaged armor plating. Then it unfolded. The lictor dropped among the officers. Its talons moved too quickly to follow. One man's head left his shoulders. Another was lifted from the ground and opened across the abdomen. The creature's feeder tendrils pierced a captain's face while he still screamed into the Vox. The transmission continued in his voice. "Route secure. Send command personnel." Holt snatched the handset. "All units, disregard spoken orders without code confirmation. Lictor infiltration. Repeat, Lictor infiltration." A burst of static answered, then laughter. Not human laughter, a broken imitation copied from some dying throat. At Relay Station 4, signal personnel had already been killed. Their bodies hung from the aerial masts. Arms had been drawn upward with Vox cable. Their torsos were opened and emptied, the entrails wrapped around transmitter housings like devotional garlands. The arrangement served no biological purpose. The Lictor did not hate them. It had no need to display them. But the men who saw the bodies stopped. They stared. They checked shadows instead of repairing the relays. The Tyranids used that delay. "Second line is not ready," Tyrn said. "It will have to become ready." Holt looked toward the western trench. Thousands of his soldiers were still trapped there. Gaunts were already flooding the communications lanes. Rourke stood beside the Prometheum controls. "Colonel," Holt knew what the commissar meant. "There are Brontians in those trenches. There will be Tyranids in them within minutes." Holt's jaw tightened. "Give them time." Rourke watched the overrun positions. "Time is what we are purchasing." He keyed the ignition sequence. Prometheum reservoirs beneath the forward line opened. Fuel surged through buried pipes and erupted from trench nozzles. For one heartbeat, soldiers and Tyranids stood together in a mist of chemical vapor. Then Rourke fired his bolt pistol into it. The forward trench became a river of flame. Guardsmen burned beside gaunts. Men ran 3 steps before their lungs filled with fire. Tyranids thrashed in the blaze, their limbs carving through the bodies around them. Ammunition cooked off in belts and packs. Grenades detonated beneath collapsing soldiers. Rourke watched until nothing living remained. "The position is denied," he said. Holt looked at him. Rourke met his eyes without apology. Behind the Brontian lines, the oath of vigilance descended through the upper atmosphere. Its hull burned behind void shields. Gunships released from its launch bays and vanished into the storm clouds. Krail stood in the teleport chamber with Kill Team Vengeance. The chamber's bronze arches pulsed with restrained energy. Serfs moved among the Space Marines, attaching ammunition feeds and checking seal integrity. Incense mingled with the sharp odor of machine oil. A hololith floated between the warriors. At its center hovered the Neurotyrant. The creature's enlarged cranial mass pulsed beneath translucent armor. Tendrils hung from its body. Around it clustered smaller neurogaunts, each linked to the central organism through overlapping synaptic impulses. "The target controls the Western assault," Ver said. Blood had begun to gather at the corner of one eye. Brother Arcturus checked the ammunition feed of his frag cannon. "Kill it, and the swarm fractures." "Temporarily." "Temporary is sufficient." Krail studied the nest's position beneath the ruins of a defense basilica. "Brother Navus has placed the Homer." A rune flashed green. "He has." "Then we descend." The teleport field swallowed them. They emerged inside the synaptic nest, amid lightning and screams. Neurogaunts lunged before the last arcs of translation energy had vanished. Their claws scraped black ceramite. Krail's bolter fired twice. Two creatures burst apart. Arcturus discharged the frag cannon. The enclosed chamber became a storm of shrapnel. Neurogaunts disintegrated. Chunks of flesh struck the walls. A larger warrior reeled through the blast with its chest opened and one arm missing. The neurotyrant turned toward them. The air changed. Ver felt the creature seize the minds around it. Not touch. Seize. The psychic impact drove him to one knee. Blood burst from vessels in both eyes, painting his cheeks red. The world split into overlapping images of feeding, birth, dismemberment, and endless hunger. Brother Caldus rose from the floor. He did not jump. Something lifted him. His arms locked against his sides. His armor began to buckle. Caldus roared as the plates crushed inward. Ceramite cracked. Ribs broke beneath it. Blood flooded from his mouth grill. "Resist," Ver growled. Caldus's torso folded. The sound was wet and final. The neurotyrant cast him aside. Krail charged. Warriors moved to intercept. Kraken penetrator rounds tore through the first. The second struck Krail with a bone sword, shearing through the edge of his pauldron. He caught the creature's weapon arm, broke it at the joint, and drove his xenophase blade through its throat. The relic weapon flickered between states of matter. It passed through chitin as though through smoke. Krail reached the neurotyrant. The creature's psychic force struck him hard enough to crack the stone beneath his boots. Warning runes flooded his vision. Blood filled his mouth. He kept moving. The neurotyrant opened its claws. Krail drove the xenophase blade upward through the lower jaw and into the exposed brain mass. The creature convulsed. Ver felt it die across the warp. The scream was not sound. It was pressure becoming absence. Across Mortis Line 9, the Tyranid assault faltered. Gaunts stopped in mid-charge. Some collapsed. Others turned on the nearest movement and began tearing at their own kind. Gargoyles dropped from the sky or spiraled away in blind circles. Brontian guns continued firing. "Now," Holt said, "kill everything that hesitates." For less than 3 minutes, the swarm lost cohesion. Then the warriors came. They emerged from spore craters, tunnel mouths, and corpse fields in numbers Holt had not yet seen. Brood after brood advanced into the disordered masses. Their synaptic presence rolled outward. Gaunts stopped fighting one another. Gargoyles reformed. The horde began moving again. The hive mind had compensated. Night fell behind the smoke. Not true night. Carthus Prime had not known darkness beneath its industrial haze for generations. But the western sky dimmed until the furnace glow vanished. A black aurora spread across the heavens. It did not shine. It devoured light around its edges. Inside Bastion Invictus, every sanctioned psyker screamed at once. Some died where they stood. Others tore at their collars, begging for air. On Mortis Line 9, soldiers looked up from their guns. Across the battlefield, every Tyranid organism became still for one heartbeat. Gaunts, warriors, carnifexes, gargoyles wheeling beneath the smoke. All turned their heads toward the western sky. Far beyond Carthus Prime, the fractured rings of the ossuary star entered the outer system, and the darkness followed it in. The second assault did not come from the horizon. It came from beneath the guns. Mortis Line 9 had survived the first day, by reducing the western plain to a continent of corpses. The ground beyond the trenches had vanished beneath heaps of gaunts, shattered warriors, and the burned carcasses of greater beasts. Artillery had excavated the killing fields until the earth resembled a diseased sea, its craters filled with black ichor and rainwater stained red by human blood. Colonel Garin Holt had believed the Tyranids would come across it again. That was the mistake. The first tremor passed through the command dugout shortly before the third watch. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Major Tyrn glanced upward. "Artillery?" "No firing order," Holt said. The tremor came again. This time the plotting table jumped. Warning runes flared across the trench network. Signal officers shouted over one another. Vox traffic dissolved into static, then returned as 100 broken calls from sectors behind the line. The earth opened beneath Basilisk Battery Kappa. A Morlock erupted through the revetment. Its head struck the underside of an Earthshaker carriage and hurled the gun into the air. The Basilisk overturned, crushing its ammunition servitors beneath the tracks. Before the crew could react, the creature's jaws opened across the gun pit and closed around men, weapon housings, and ferrocrete reinforcement alike. A second eruption tore through the neighboring battery, then a third. Trigons came after the Morlocks. They broke the earth apart in fountains of soil and broken masonry, immense serpentine bodies twisting upward through artillery positions. Bioelectric discharge crawled across their armored plates and leapt into nearby vehicles. Engines died. Vox sets burst. Men convulsed inside their armor as current burned through muscle and nerve. The creatures did not remain to fight. They plunged back into the ground. Their tunnels remained open. Hormagaunts poured from them. The swarms emerged behind Mortis Line 9 in numbers no defensive plan had accounted for. Whole broods spilled into ammunition parks and field hospitals. Termagants crawled through drainage ducts. Raveners burst into command shelters and vanished before heavy weapons could traverse. The line was split into islands. Infantry sectors still facing west found themselves attacked from the rear. Artillery crews turned pistols and entrenching tools against gaunts, leaping through their own gun pits. Tank companies attempted to redeploy, only to discover roads collapsed into fresh sinkholes. Holt left the command bunker with his bolt pistol drawn. The trench beyond had become a slaughterhouse. A Trigon rose between two infantry platoons, its talons scything outward. Men came apart in halves. One trooper struck the beast with a crack grenade and disappeared beneath the explosion. The detonation stripped flesh from its jaw and exposed pale bone. It kept moving. "Lascannon to the junction," Holt shouted. A team dragged the heavy weapon through the mud. The gunner dropped to one knee, sighted along the barrel and fired. The beam entered beneath the creature's sternum. The Trigon reared, its entire torso glowing from within. A second shot struck the same wound. The beast collapsed across the trench, crushing men from both sides beneath its bulk. Holt climbed onto the body. From there he could see the true extent of the attack. The western swarm had stopped advancing. The creatures on the plain remained beyond the artillery craters, massed in darkness beneath the spore-choked sky. They were waiting. The breach from below was not an act of desperation. It was preparation. "Colonel." Rourke came through the smoke with blood on one sleeve and a shotgun taken from a dead enforcer. His bolt pistol remained holstered. "Report." "The rearward ammunition lines are compromised. 3 relay bunkers lost. The second trench is cut in 5 places. Reserve companies?" "Engaged." Holt looked toward Hive Gathalamor. Fires burned within the outer districts. Not at the gates. Inside. The Hive had awakened to rebellion. Power failed across Manufacturum District Helix first. Entire furnace rows went dark. Conveyor shrines stopped. Ammunition lifts carrying shells from the lower works to the defense platforms halted between levels. Emergency lighting came on in red strips, illuminating thousands of workers standing among silent machines. Then, the devotional broadcasts changed. The voice of Cardinal Orpheus vanished from the public vox. Another replaced it. It was calm, almost tender. "Children of the Starfather, your hour of deliverance has come." The words passed through every Hab district connected to the stolen network. "Cast off the chains of the corpse throne. Open the gates. Welcome the blessed flesh. In union there is salvation. In consumption there is ascension." Workers looked toward one another. Some crossed themselves. Some drew hidden blades. The first cult cell seized Power Shrine 17 before the Skitarii guards understood they were under attack. Laborers wearing devotional scarves produced autoguns from tool lockers. A foreman split his overseer's skull with a mining hammer. Hybrids emerged from maintenance alcoves, their robes falling open to reveal clawed limbs and ridged skulls. At Gate Bastion 4, a cult saboteur cut the locking systems and opened the outer portal by half a meter before the defense servitors killed him. That was enough. Pure strain Genestealers came through the gap. They moved into the hive as pale shapes beneath red emergency light, claws striking sparks from steel. The first defense squad fired until their laser guns overheated. One creature lost 2 arms and half its face. It still reached the barricade and disemboweled 3 men before a flamer consumed it. Others climbed the walls. They vanished into ventilation shafts, elevator housings, and the maintenance voids between Hab levels. The lights failed in Habstack Othris. The screaming began soon after. Commissar Rourke returned to the hive before dawn. He brought 4 companies of Brontians, 2 Arbite suppression squads, and every flamer unit that could be spared from Mortis Line 9. They entered through Service Gate 12 and found the internal transit halls choked with refugees. Thousands pressed against one another beneath flickering lumen strips. Men shouted for transport. Children cried beneath blankets. Priests stood on ration crates and demanded order in the Emperor's name. Rourke fired 1 shot into the ceiling. The crowd fell silent. "Hab levels west of this concourse are compromised," he said. "You will remain where you are until examined." A man near the front pushed forward. "My family is below. So is the enemy. You cannot leave them." Rourke looked at him. "I can." The man stared back for 1 second too long. An Arbite's enforcer struck him across the mouth with a shock maul and dragged him aside. The sweeps began at the upper levels. Blast doors were sealed behind each advancing unit. Auspex operators moved at the center of the formation, scanners held close to their chests. Shotgun troops took the front. Flamer teams followed. They entered Hab units room by room. Doors were blown inward. Occupants were ordered against walls. Hands were inspected. Skulls were scanned. Necks, backs and chests were searched for ridges, vestigial limbs, devotional scars or unfamiliar brands. A family of 6 was found beneath a worker shrine. The father had a second jaw hidden inside his mouth. The mother had no visible mutation. Neither did the children. Rourke shot the father first. The mother screamed and reached for him. An Arbite's officer raised his shotgun. Rourke lowered the barrel. "Entire unit." The officer hesitated. "Commissar, the others may be clean." "Maybe." The shotgun fired. The children died with the mother. The youngest survived the first blast. He crawled beneath the table and called for his father until the second shot silenced him. The sweep continued. At Hab Tier 87, a Brontian corporal found an unfamiliar mark carved beneath an aquila above a doorway. It resembled a many-limbed star. The entire corridor was sealed. Flamers were brought forward. Some of those within were cultists. Some were not. Rourke did not ask which. Delay was contamination. Contamination was defeat. Behind the soldiers, the vents began to move. Spore mines drifted through the hive's intake ducts. They floated on sacks of hot gas, trailing tendrils through the filtration chambers. Some were caught by rotary blades and burst, flooding ventilation systems with spores and corrosive mist. Others passed into barracks, medici wards and refugee vaults. The first venomthropes appeared beyond the western walls at sunrise. They moved among the Tyranid broods on long tentacles, their bloated bodies releasing toxic clouds. The wind carried the vapor over the trenches. Filters failed within minutes. Men coughed blood into rebreathers. Exposed skin blistered and split. The haze concealed the next advance. Gaunts crossed the corpse fields unseen. Digestion organisms followed behind them. Rippers entered the hive through channels designed to carry dead workers toward corpse starch facilities. The maintenance crews heard scratching inside the pipes, then the gratings burst outward. The first swarm emerged in Medicae Ward Helix 4. Wounded soldiers lay strapped to cots beneath harsh white lumen bars. Some lacked limbs, others breathed through machines. Orderlies drew las pistols and fired into the mass of small worm-like organisms spilling across the floor. The Rippers climbed the beds. They entered wounds first. Men who had endured amputation without complaint screamed as the creatures forced themselves through bandages and into exposed flesh. One trooper tried to pull himself from his cot with a single arm. Rippers covered his legs, his chest, his face. The feeding mound moved for less than a minute. Then it went still. Colonel Holt received the report while assembling the counterattack. Manufacturum District Helix lay between Mortis Line 9 and the inner hive gates. If it fell completely, the Western Armor Reserve would be cut off from fuel and ammunition. Holt climbed into the command cupola of a Lehman Russ Vanquisher and looked down the column. Demolishers waited at the front, siege cannons elevated. Hellhounds idled behind them, Prometheum reservoirs armored beneath warning sigils. Chimeras carried infantry through the center. Lascanon teams rode on the hulls because there was no room inside. Major Tern climbed up beside him. District streets are blocked. By what? Refugee haulers, collapsed hab fronts, Tyranids. Then we remove all three. The column advanced. Manufacturum District Helix had become a canyon of steel and fire. Foundry towers rose on either side, their gantries linking the upper levels. Smoke filled the streets. Bodies lay in doorways and against shrine walls, some human, some Xenos, many too damaged to distinguish. The lead demolisher fired at 20 meters. Its shell struck a brood of warriors clustered behind an overturned hauler. The explosion removed the vehicle, the brood and most of the wall behind them. Hormagaunts came through the breach. Heavy bolters opened from the tank sponsons. The creatures burst apart beneath the fire. Those behind leapt over the remains and reached the first hull. A hellhound turned its inferno cannon. Burning promethium filled the street. The gaunts vanished inside it. Fire ran through drainage gutters and climbed the sides of buildings. Human shapes appeared at upper windows, beating against the glass before heat shattered it, and the flames took them. Holt watched them burn. Continue. The column did not slow. Bioacid struck from the rooftops. A Tyranid weapon beast, hidden among ventilation stacks, fired a living projectile into the side of a chimera. The organism burst against the armor and spread acidic fluid across the hull. Paint vanished. Steel smoked. Seals dissolved. The rear ramp opened. Troopers stumbled out. One man's flak armor came away with his skin. Another clawed at his helmet as acid seeped through the collar. He tore it free and revealed a face already collapsing. The chimera's fuel ignited. The explosion lifted it onto one track and threw burning soldiers across the road. "Target upper gantry," Holt ordered. His Vanquisher fired. The high-velocity shell punched through the weapon beast and continued through the building behind it. The entire gantry folded into the street. The armor column reached Foundry Square. The Screamer Killer was waiting there. It stood amid the wreckage of a defense battery, taller than the nearest hab facade. Its talons sunk into the remains of a Hydra. Bone ridges framed its skull. Bioplasma glowed within its throat. "Contact front!" Tern shouted. The creature screamed. The sound passed through tank armor and set teeth aching. Its jaws opened. A sphere of plasma crossed the square and struck the first chimera. The transport vanished inside white fire. When the glare faded, only molten track sections remained. A second blast hit the next vehicle before the column could disperse. The chimera's turret flew upward. its hull split along the seams. Men emerged burning from the rear ramp and collapsed beneath the tracks of the tank behind them. Demolishers forward. The lead siege tank traversed. The Screamer Killer charged. Its first talon struck the Demolisher's gun barrel and snapped it from the mantlet. The second tore through the frontal armor. The beast climbed onto the hull as the driver attempted to reverse. The tank commander opened the cupola. He raised a plasma pistol. The Carnifex seized him. Its claws closed around his torso and pulled him free. His lower body remained trapped inside the hatch for an instant before the spine separated. The creature lifted what remained. Then it hurled him into the retreating infantry. The corpse struck 3 men and carried them to the ground. "Lascannon teams," Holt said. "Crossfire, mark the joints." The teams dismounted beneath fire. One deployed beside a shrine wall. Another took position behind the ruined Hydra. A third ran into the square to gain an angle on the creature's flank. The Screamer Killer turned toward them. "Hold," Holt ordered. The nearest infantry platoon advanced. Troopers fired laser guns into the beast's face. Grenades burst against its chest. None of it stopped the creature, but it changed direction. It came for them. "Hold!" The platoon stood for 3 seconds. Then the Carnifex reached them. Its talons swept through the front rank. Men came apart. A second blow crushed the platoon command squad against the street. The survivors scattered. The beast lowered its skull and charged deeper into the formation. Fire! 3 Lascannons struck at once. One beam tore through its left knee. Another burned into the shoulder joint. The third struck beneath the jaw and burst from the rear of the skull in a cone of superheated tissue. The Screamer Killer staggered. Holt's Vanquisher fired into its chest. The shell punched through the breastplate and detonated inside. The creature collapsed. Its death crushed the last survivors of the platoon that had held it in place. Holt looked down from the cupola. Nothing moved beneath the corpse. "Route open," Tern said. "Then use it." The column continued toward the inner gates. High above the district, inside a Deathwatch Thunderhawk, circling beneath the hive's upper spires, Watch Captain Mordain Krail studied the tactical feeds. The Tyranid incursions formed no random pattern. Every tunnel breach pushed defenders inward. Every cult uprising closed a route leading out. Every aerial attack struck transit hubs, not command bastions. Every feeder swarm advanced behind the displacement of civilians. Vare stood beside him, one hand braced against the gunship wall. "They are shaping the population," Krail said. The librarian nodded. "Concentration. They are not besieging the hive. No, they are herding it." The tactical hololith showed millions moving toward the deepest districts. Refugee columns, retreating regiments, and displaced labor cohorts all converged beneath the same strata of adamantium and stone. 7 billion souls were becoming one reservoir. The hive mind was gathering its meal before feeding. Vare closed his eyes. The shadow pressed inward. He felt the fleet above the planet, vast and wounded, its hunger sharpened by the thing pursuing it. Within the central hive ship, something new was growing. It lay inside a chamber filled with nutrient tides and the pulsing labor of feeder organisms. Limbs formed, armor thickened, neural tissue expanded in layered knots. It was not a hive tyrant. It was narrower in purpose and greater in singularity, a weapon made not merely to conquer a world, but to preserve the tendril itself. Vare recoiled from the vision. Krail caught his arm. "What did you see?" "A command organism." "Where?" "In the fleet." "What function?" Vare looked toward the darkened sky beyond the gunship's vision slit. "Survival." On a left Tertius, Magos Dominus Hester 9 redirected the deep system auger arrays. The change was logged as calibration. No one outside his inner noospheric circle saw the true target. The ossuary star filled his blackstone resonance patterns, pulsed across the fractured rings. Hester 9 compared them to records sealed beneath Mechanicus prohibitions older than several Forge worlds. Anti-empiric architecture, Necron containment geometry, pylonic suppression. His logic engines generated warnings. His ambition overruled them. A fragment of such machinery could shield a forge, a ship, perhaps a sector. He began calculating extraction methods. He told no one. Far below Hive Gathalamor, worker organisms gnawed through a wall no human map recorded. The barrier had endured for millions of years. Acid softened it. Claws widened the breach. The first creature crawled through. Beyond lay a chamber vast enough to contain an army. Ranks of metal warriors stood in perfect silence, each holding a gorse flare across its chest. Dust-covered skeletal faces, dynastic glyphs, slept beneath corrosion. The worker organism hissed. 10,000 pairs of green eyes ignited, and the dead looked back. Setek the Unburied returned to consciousness beneath a mountain of stolen years. Awakening reached him in fragments, a pulse of emerald light, the cold taste of command protocols breaking apart inside his mind, the distant tremor of weapons fire passing through stone that had been bold before mankind's ancestors learned to shape flint. Then memory came, not gently. It returned as a procession of suns extinguished, dynasties kneeling, worlds arranged beneath the sigil of Ithaka. He remembered the courts of flesh, the wars of accession, the day his people had surrendered mortality and received eternity in bodies of living metal. He remembered the screaming. He remembered the silence afterward. Setek opened his eyes. Green fire burned within his skull. The royal sepulchre stood in ruin. Stasis pylons that had endured for 60 million years flickered beneath veils of dust. One had split from base to crown, its inner lattice exposed like the bones of a machine. Scarabs crawled across the damage, attempting repairs with mandibles too small for the work. Command glyphs drifted through the air, shattered and incomplete. Around the dais, his Lich Guard remained motionless. 3 had awakened. 9 had not. The rest were missing from the chamber entirely. Setek rose from the throne. His body unfolded with the slow majesty of a war engine. Living metal flowed across his limbs, sealing fractures, reconnecting severed pathways, and reforming the golden mask of his dynasty. His war scythe lay across the foot of the dais. He lifted it in one hand. The weapon recognized him. Its blade ignited. "My court," he said. His voice rolled across the chamber like stone doors grinding open. No herald answered. No courtier bowed. A single cryptek emerged from the darkness, leaning upon a staff crowned with rotating rings. Half his face had failed to reconstruct. One ocular burned dimly. The other socket remained empty. "Great Setek," the cryptek said, "Sovereign of Ithaca, Keeper of the Hollow Crown, Lord of the Buried Sun." Setek regarded him. "You omit 3 titles. 3 title archives are corrupted. Then restore them." "I am attempting to restore the Eastern Command Vault. That was not my command." The cryptek bowed lower. "It shall be done." Setek stepped from the dais. The floor beneath him was gouged. Claw marks crossed the black stone. Scattered limbs from Necron warriors lay near the sealed portal, some still twitching as their living metal attempted to return to bodies that no longer existed. Organic residue stained the threshold. Setek lowered the tip of his war scythe into it. Black ichor hissed against the blade. "What has entered my world?" The cryptek's remaining eye dimmed. Biological predators, extragalactic in origin. They infest the upper strata in numbers beyond useful enumeration. And the vermin above them? Human. Setek's posture became very still. Still? They have multiplied. How tedious. A fresh tremor passed through the tomb. Dust fell from the carved ceiling. Somewhere beyond the sepulchre, Gauss fire crackled. Setek turned toward the portal. "Awaken the phalanxes. Many command pathways are severed. Then use those that remain. Several resurrection crypts are compromised. Then wake the soldiers before the beasts consume them." The cryptek inclined his head. "At once, my lord." The sepulchre doors opened. War had already entered the Ithacan tomb. Necron warriors advanced through the outer galleries in ranks 6 abreast. Gauss flayers held level. Their movements were rigid, their thoughts little more than damaged echoes of warriors dead beyond remembrance. Green light pulsed along their weapons. Beyond them, the tunnels writhed. Hormagaunts came first. They flooded across the walls and ceiling, claws scraping sparks from black stone. Their shrieks filled chambers designed for eternal silence. The Necrons fired. Gauss beams struck the leading creatures and peeled them apart layer by layer. Chitin vanished in strips. Muscle unraveled. Organs became green vapor. Bone remained for a fraction of a heartbeat before it, too, dissolved into nothing. The gaunts behind advanced through the dying shapes. More beams crossed the gallery. The front ranks ceased to exist. Those behind leapt through the fading ash. A warrior organism forced its way into the passage, taller than the lesser beasts and armored in overlapping plates. It raised a death spitter. The living weapon convulsed, launching beetle-like organisms into the Necron line. Acidic flesh burst across metal torsos. 2 warriors staggered. One lost an arm. The severed limb struck the floor and began to crawl toward its owner. The second Necron's chest opened under the impact, but living metal flowed around the wound even as he fired. The Tyranid warrior lost half its skull. It continued directing the brood for 3 more steps. Then a Gauss beam removed the rest. Setek entered the gallery behind his phalanx. He did not hasten. He did not need to. His presence passed through the damaged command protocols and restored order by force of will. Necron firing lines tightened. Warriors stepped over fallen bodies without looking down. Reanimation pulses brightened across the floor. A wall exploded to Setek's right. A Ravener came through the breach. Its talons struck before the stone fragments landed. One Lich Guard was torn open from shoulder to hip. Another was hurled into a pillar hard enough to fracture both. The beast turned toward Setek. Its mouth opened. Setek raised his war scythe. The blade passed through its head, torso and tail in a single motion. The Ravener came apart behind him. He did not look back. "Unrefined," he said. A second tunnel breach opened above. Canoptek wraiths flowed through the ceiling. Their bodies shifted in and out of reality, segmented metal spines bending through solid matter. They passed through the Ravener brood, emerging from the breach, becoming tangible only long enough for claws and bladed coils to intersect flesh. The Tyranids disintegrated in wet sections. A Trigon erupted into the lower chamber. Its bioelectric field struck the wraiths and hurled one into full material form. The creature's talons closed around it and tore the construct apart. Metallic fragments scattered across the floor. Destroyers entered from the adjoining crypt. Their lower bodies hovered above the ground on repulsor fields. Their upper forms had been remade into weapon platforms, Gauss cannons replacing limbs, minds narrowed by the hatred of all living things. They opened fire without regard for the chamber. The Trigon vanished beneath intersecting beams. So did 3 pillars, 2 damaged sarcophagi, and part of the ceiling. Black stone collapsed into the brood behind it. Setek watched the destruction. Who authorized the destroyers? The cryptek following him hesitated. They awakened without sanction. Of course they did. A section of ceiling fell across the passage. Setek raised one hand. A pulse of command energy passed through the rubble. Living metal supports unfolded from the walls and caught the descending mass before it could bury the phalanx. The Necrons advanced beneath it. The Tyranids learned. They always learned. At first, the gaunt broods threw themselves directly into the Gauss volleys. Then warrior organisms emerged among them, directing the lesser creatures into the blind spaces between firing arcs. Gaunts climbed across the walls, using their dead to obstruct the Necrons' lines of sight. Others dragged damaged warriors away before resurrection protocols could restore them. Zoanthropes descended into the deeper galleries. They floated above the swarm, swollen craniums veined with psychic light. Setek felt their presence before they attacked. The empiric pressure offended him. One zoanthrope released a lance of force. The beam struck a Necron phalanx without touching metal. 6 warriors collapsed as their command matrices burned out inside intact bodies. A Lich Guard raised his dispersion shield, but the psychic strike passed around the physical defense and flung him across the chamber. Setek turned his face toward the creature. Unclean. The zoanthrope attacked him. Green witchlight struck the royal dais behind him and shattered it into molten fragments. Setek was no longer there. A dimensional step carried him across the chamber. He appeared beneath the creature. His war scythe rose. The zoanthrope split from skull to tail. Its death sent a psychic spasm through the surrounding swarm. Gaunts convulsed. Warriors staggered. The destroyers exploited the hesitation and fired into everything that moved. Bodies packed the galleries. Ripper swarms came behind them. The smaller organisms flooded over damaged constructs, biting at cables, joints, and exposed command nodes. They consumed fragments of living metal with the same hunger they showed toward flesh. For a moment, it appeared to work. Then the swallowed fragments began to reconstruct. Green light flared inside distended Ripper bodies. Living metal pushed outward through digestive sacs and mouthparts. One creature burst as a Necron finger reformed within it. Another split lengthwise when a length of spinal lattice rebuilt itself through its abdomen. The Rippers died writhing. The fragments crawled across the floor and rejoined their owners. Setek watched the process with something close to satisfaction. Even vermin should learn what is indigestible. The cryptek's head snapped toward the western vaults. My lord. Setek felt it then, a resonance moving through the tomb, ancient, impossible. The pylons embedded beneath Karthis Prime answered it with failing pulses. The command glyphs around the cryptek's staff scattered. No, the cryptek said. Setek turned slowly. What has returned? The cryptek did not answer. Setek lifted the war scythe until its blade touched the other's throat. What has returned? The ossuary star. The words changed the chamber. Even the destroyers seemed quieter. Setek lowered the blade. Memory opened within him. He saw the prison engine suspended above a dead sun. Fractured rings encircled a sphere of captive radiance. Thousands of Necron vessels had held position around it, while dynastic technomancers sang equations into the dark. Within the prison had raged a portion of a god, not a whole Citan, nothing so merciful. A shard of Azagorod, the Nightbringer, torn from the greater star god during the Wars of Shattering. The Ithacan records named it Azagorod's withered reflection, an aspect of stellar hunger and material dissolution so unstable that ordinary tesseract labyrinths could not contain it. The ossuary star had been built around the fragment, not merely to imprison it, to starve it. Setek had overseen the final binding. He had watched the last ring close. He had believed it lost beyond the borders of the dynasty. Show me, he said. The cryptek projected the image. The ossuary star appeared above the ruined gallery, a black sphere surrounded by broken geometric rings. Dead tomb ships drifted in its wake. Streams of metallic wreckage trailed behind it. Its containment mechanisms had fused with the captive shard. The prison was no longer merely holding the god. It had become part of it. The engine follows the organic fleet, Setek said. Not consciously. Clarify. A second cryptek approached from the command vaults. His body bore the crescent markings of an astromancer. The captive intelligence remains fragmented. Its higher cognition is constrained by the surviving rings. It does not hunt as a predator hunts. Yet it comes. It is drawn. The astromancer expanded the image. Energy lines connected the Tyranid fleet to the ossuary star. The organisms generate an immense synaptic field. Their presence agitates the shard. Their psychic concentration creates resonance within the prison mechanisms. The beasts are a beacon. Yes, my lord. And this world? 23 billion organic minds, countless industrial reactors, subterranean command pylons. The combined resonance will be sufficient to awaken additional aspects of the shard. Setek looked upward, through miles of stone, toward the human hive and the Tyranid fleet above it. Then removed the beacon. The cryptex exchanged data pulses. The astromancer spoke carefully. The organic fleet cannot be destroyed before the ossuary star reaches the planet. I did not refer to the fleet. Silence spread through the court. Setek turned toward the planetary command nexus. Sterilize the surface. The first cryptek bowed, but did not move. Setek noticed. You object? My lord, Karthis contains Ithacan dimensional architecture beneath 4 continental plates. The western vaults hold Crown World archives. The polar engines remain connected to dormant dolmen pathways. Planetary sterilization may damage assets beyond recovery. Assets can be rebuilt. Not all. Setek's fingers tightened around the war scythe. The cryptek continued. The human infestation has not penetrated the deepest strata. It may be possible to redirect their armies against the extragalactic organisms and preserve the tomb. You propose entrusting dynastic survival to animals who build temples around their own decay. I propose preserving what remains. Setek stepped closer. You confuse survival with possession. My lord, this world belongs to me, whether it is whole, broken, or reduced to ash. Nothing living upon it possesses a claim sufficient to outweigh my command. The cryptek's staff began to rise, perhaps in protest, perhaps in defense. Setek cut him in half. The war scythe passed through the cryptek's torso in a flare of green light. The upper body struck the floor. The lower remained standing for a moment before collapsing. Living metal attempted to reconnect. Setek drove the blade down through the cryptek's skull and pinned it to the stone. The reconstruction ceased. He looked to the others. Activate the transdimensional sterilization engines. They bowed. At once, my lord. Far above, Watch Captain Mordain Krail descended beneath Hive Gathalamor. Kill Team Vengeance moved through maintenance tunnels abandoned before the foundation of the present hive. Their black armor bore fresh scars from the surface war. Brother Arcturus carried his frag cannon across one shoulder. The Black Shield walked at the rear, Thunderhammer ready. Vare led them. The librarian followed a psychic absence. It ran through the stone like cold water. Tyranid remains marked the route. Gaunts lay stripped to bone. A warrior organism had been reduced to a black outline fused into the wall. The wounds did not resemble bolter fire, plasma burns, or promethium. Krail raised one fist. The kill team stopped. Green light shone ahead. Necron warriors emerged from the darkness. They came in ranks, gorse flayers leveled. Lichguard advanced behind them with shields raised and war scythes humming. Krail brought up his bolter. Engage. Hold, Vare said. The word carried psychic force. Krail turned his helm toward him. Explain. I can feel the anomaly through them. The Necrons continued forward. Targeting runes filled Krail's vision. We can question wreckage. No. Vare placed one hand against the tunnel wall. The black stone beneath it resonated with the approaching ossuary star. Through the Necron command network, he sensed fractured geometries, dead suns, and the screaming shape of a prisoner too vast for mortal thought. They know what follows the fleet. Krail did not lower his weapon. Then they may surrender that knowledge. A voice answered from beyond the phalanx. You squat in my crypts and speak of surrender. Setek came through the ranks. The Necron warriors parted before him. He towered above the space marines, golden mask expressionless, war scythe burning in one hand. The damaged remnants of his court followed at a respectful distance. Krail sighted upon the Overlord's skull. Identify yourself. I am Setek the Unburied, sovereign of Ithaca and rightful master of this world. You are trespassers. This world belongs to the Imperium of Man. Setek's laughter was a dry, metallic rasp. Your empire is an infestation measured in heartbeats. Your species raises crude fortresses upon the outer skin of my domain and mistakes occupation for ownership. Krail stepped forward. Your dynasty slept while mankind conquered the stars. Your kind crawled through mud while mine broke gods. You broke yourselves with them. Green fire brightened behind Setek's eyes. Ver felt the Necron phalanx tense. The Overlord lowered the tip of his war scythe toward Krail. And now your Carrion Emperor sits upon a throne of mechanisms he cannot comprehend, worshipped by primitives too frightened to permit him death. The kill team raised its weapons. Krail did not move. The Death Watch has killed kings older than human civilization. Setek inclined his head by the smallest degree. An impressive boast from a creature whose civilization is young enough to possess a birthday. I can add one more name to the record. For a long moment, neither side fired. Then the tomb shook. A distant detonation rolled through the lower vaults. Ver felt thousands of Tyranids entering the dimensional corridors. They have breached your control levels, he said. Setek's gaze remained upon Krail. Yes. The object behind the fleet will reach Karthus. Yes. It will destroy your tomb with the rest of the world. Setek turned his head. Not if the world is sterilized first. Krail understood immediately. You intend to kill the population. I intend to remove fuel from a malfunctioning prison. 23 billion souls. Setek looked almost amused. You count them as though quantity grants worth. Krail lowered his bolter by a fraction. Your sterilization engines will require time. They will. The Tyranids control the approaches to your vaults. They do. We will keep them from the dimensional controls. Setek's war scythe dimmed slightly. And in exchange? Everything you know about the ossuary star. The Overlord studied him. You intend to betray me when the danger has passed? Yes. Good. I would have considered any other answer an insult. Krail looked toward the Necron phalanx. You will not fire upon Imperial forces operating in the lower hive, provided they do not interfere with my command systems. They will. Then I will kill them. Krail's jaw tightened. This compact will be brief. All compacts with lesser species are. The agreement passed between them without oath, trust, or honor. It existed because extinction stood closer than hatred. Above Karthus Prime, the central Tyranid hive ship opened. A mycetic pod separated from its ventral chambers. It was larger than an Imperial frigate. Armored membranes folded around it. Propulsive organisms ignited along its spine. The pod entered the atmosphere wrapped in fire. Orbital lasers struck it. One beam burned across its flank and carved away a mountain of living tissue. The pod continued downward. It struck outside Hive Gathalamor. The impact flattened defense lines for kilometers in every direction. Trenches vanished. Tanks were hurled through the air. Ferrocrete bastions collapsed inward. A crater opened beneath the western sky, its edges glowing with heat. The pod split. Steam and black fluid poured from the wound. Something moved within. The Norn sovereign emerged slowly. It unfolded from the crater taller than a siege engine, its armored body layered in fresh-grown plates, its skull crowned by ridges of pulsing neural tissue. Lesser organisms clung to its flanks, connected through cords of living nerve. Across the continent, every Tyranid warrior stopped. Every zoanthrope descended. Every gaunt lowered its skull. Even the Carnifex broods bent beneath the pressure of the new synaptic presence. The Norn sovereign raised its head toward Hive Gathalamor. The hive mind looked through its eyes, and billions of human beings became prey. The Norn sovereign did not roar when it emerged. It listened. The crater around it burned for kilometers, its walls running with molten ferrocrete and liquefied armor. Broken tanks lay half-buried beneath the impact debris. Men who had survived the descent of the pod crawled through fire and steaming mud, some without limbs, some with their uniforms fused to their flesh. The creature ignored them. Its skull rose above the ruin, crowned by layered ridges of neural tissue beneath translucent armor. Psychic impulses passed through those organs in waves too vast for human senses to interpret. Across the Western continent, synapse organisms received its command. The planetary invasion changed. At first, Imperial officers believed the swarm had faltered. Gaunt assaults ceased along 3 continental fronts. Organisms withdrew from the outer gun lines. Gargoyle clouds dispersed into the upper atmosphere. Bio-artillery fire slackened until only the distant rumble of human batteries remained. On Mortis Line 9, guardsmen lifted their faces from rifle sights and stared across the corpse fields. Nothing moved. The sudden stillness was more terrible than the attack. Colonel Garin Holt stood in the remains of the Western Command bunker, magnoculars pressed to his eyes. Smoke drifted over the plain. The dead lay in ridges where artillery had piled them, blackened shells and pale limbs tangled together. Major Tyrn waited beside him. "They are spent." Holt lowered the magnoculars. "No. We have reports from the north and south. The same withdrawal. That makes it worse." Tyrn glanced toward the horizon. "What are they doing?" "Thinking." The word seemed absurd when spoken of creatures that had hurled themselves into minefields by the million. Yet Holt had seen enough to know better. The Tyranids did not waste life. They spent it. Every corpse was a calculation. Every failed assault became knowledge carried through synaptic networks and rendered into the flesh of the next brood. Far beyond visual range, exocrines shifted through the spore fog. Their massive weapon symbiotes pulsed against their backs, growing fresh ammunition inside sacks of translucent tissue. Tyranofexes dragged themselves into prepared hollows excavated by worker beasts. Biovores anchored their limbs into broken soil and began gestating living minds. Below the earth, Trigons widened the tunnels beneath power substations and ammunition railways. Above the clouds, winged broods gathered in silence. They remained beyond the reach of the nearest Auspex towers, concealed behind storms of spores and electrostatic distortion. Gargoyles clung to the undersides of harridans in layers. Winged primes moved among them, transmitting the will of the sovereign. The Norn sovereign stood at the center of the crater and absorbed it all. It was not a general in any human sense. It held no counsel. It studied no map. It spoke no command. The battlefield existed inside it as pressure, heat, chemical gradient, and prey response. It felt the position of millions of organisms as a man might feel the placement of his own fingers. It sensed Imperial artillery through vibrations in the ground, orbital fire through changes in atmospheric charge, and human command movements through the psychic turbulence of fear. One objective burned brighter than all others: the hive, not its walls, not its guns, the mass beneath them. Billions of bodies compressed into the lower districts. Blood, water, marrow, fat, and neural tissue packed behind adamantium gates. The prey had gathered itself. Now it had to be opened. The attack resumed without warning. Exocrines fired first. The biological cannons spasmed, launching incandescent plasma across the western defenses. The projectiles struck hardened gun positions and burst with the force of seed shells. One bunker vanished beneath a sphere of white heat. Another split open from within, its firing slit becoming a mouth of flame. Tyranofexes followed. Rupture cannon fire crossed the plain in streaks of compressed force and living matter. The first shot punched through 3 meters of ferrocrete and detonated inside an ammunition vault. The blast lifted an entire bastion from its foundations. Biovores began seeding the retreat routes. Spore mines drifted down behind Imperial lines, settling into trenches, roads, and assembly yards. Some detonated when men approached. Others remained motionless, their tendrils buried beneath dust, waiting for armor or dense troop formations. Then the sky descended. Gargoyles fell through the clouds in such numbers that daylight vanished. Hydra batteries opened fire, autocannons tearing long wounds through the flock. Burning organisms rained onto rooftops and gun decks. More replaced them. Winged primes struck the upper hive bastions. They landed among anti-aircraft crews and tore men apart with bone swords and hooked talons. One seized a gun captain by the spine, lifted him from his command pulpit, and hurled him into the rotating breech of his own weapon. The cannon continued firing while the crew died around it. On the western approaches, Maleceptors advanced through the smoke. They floated above the ground, enormous cranial masses pulsing behind psychic distortions. Las fire bent away from them. Shells burst early or changed course in flight. The first soldiers facing them died before the creatures reached the wall. Blood poured from their mouths and ears. Organs ruptured inside intact bodies. Men fell screaming, clawing at their armor as pressure crushed lungs and burst hearts. A platoon commander gave the order to fire, then collapsed with his eyes forced from their sockets. The Maleceptors moved through the dying without haste. Mortis Line 9 received the full weight of the assault. The horizon moved. Millions of Gaunts advanced beneath spore cover, their bodies packed so tightly that the earth disappeared. Warriors strode among them. Carnifexes came behind. Venomthropes shrouded the mass in toxic haze. Zoanthropes drifted above it like swollen skulls. Holt raised his chainsword. Fire! The Brontians obeyed. Lasgun volleys flickered across the trenches like red lightning. The first ranks of Gaunts disintegrated. The next climbed over them. Heavy bolters hammered, until their barrels glowed. Autocannon teams fired into warriors and carnifexes, each recoil throwing dust from the revetments. Basilisks lowered their guns to minimum elevation. The Earthshakers had been built to fire beyond the horizon. Now they fired into their own perimeter. Shells screamed overhead and struck the swarm less than a kilometer away. Entire broods vanished. The shock waves threw guardsmen from the firing steps. Ammunition servitors continued loading. One carried an Earthshaker shell after half its torso had been torn open by shrapnel. It crossed the gun pit on mechanical legs, slick with blood, placed the shell into the loading cradle, and collapsed only after the breach closed. The next servitor stepped over it. A heavy bolter position disappeared beneath the swarm. The gunners fired until Gaunts reached the parapet. One man swung the weapon sideways, cutting Tyranids apart at arm's length. Another drew his last pistol and shot a creature through the mouth. Then the brood covered them. The weapon continued firing beneath the mound for several seconds before going silent. Rourke walked behind the line with a bolt pistol in one hand and a power sword in the other. "Hold your sectors." A guardsman climbed from the trench. "I cannot see them." Rourke seized him by the collar and forced him back toward the firing step. "You do not require sight. Fire where the ground is moving." The man raised his lasgun. A flesh-borer beetle struck his cheek. He screamed as it entered. Rourke shot him through the skull and took his place. The swarm reached the wire. Flamers turned the first ranks into burning silhouettes. Gaunts ran through the fire and leapt into the trenches. Bayonets met claws. Men fought in mud already thick with bodies. Holt saw the center begin to buckle. He keyed the command channel. "Armored reserve. Advance." The ground shook beneath engines. Baneblades emerged from the hive approaches in 3 super-heavy companies, each tank surrounded by Leman Russ squadrons and Chimera-mounted infantry. At their head came the indomitable Wrath. The Baneblade bore the scars of 9 campaigns. Kill markings covered its turret. Its main cannon had been replaced twice. The name of every dead crewman was inscribed along the interior of the command compartment. Tank Commander Acastian Vaughn stood in the cupola. "Western breach in sight," he voxed. Holt watched the super-heavy spearhead move past. "Break it." "With pleasure." The indomitable Wrath fired. Its main cannon struck a hierodule emerging through the corpse fields. The shell burst against the creature's chest and blew half its body away. The remaining mass continued forward on 3 limbs until the Baneblade's demolisher cannon fired beneath its skull. The Hierodule vanished in fire and black blood. The super-heavy companies entered the swarm. Sponson heavy bolters cut avenues through the gaunts. Lascannons burned through Carnifex armor. Demolisher shells struck at ranges so close that Tyranid flesh splashed across the tanks' hulls. Leman Russ squadrons followed in wedges. Battle cannons fired over the advancing Baneblades. Punisher tanks filled the gaps with storms of shells. Hellhounds swept Prometheum across the flanks and turned entire broods into running fire. For the first time since the attack began, the swarm recoiled. Holt heard cheering along the line. He did not join it. A shadow crossed the battlefield. The Harridan descended through the gargoyle clouds. It was vast enough to blot out the indomitable wrath. Its wings beat once, driving men from their feet. Biocannons fired from beneath its body and tore open 2 Leman Russ tanks. Then it struck the Baneblade. Claws ripped into the upper hull. Armor plates folded. The Harridan dragged itself across the turret and opened its ventral sacs. Gargoyles spilled onto the engine deck. They attacked vision ports, hatches, and exposed weapon crews. One forced its claws through the commander's cupola. Vaughn shot it apart with his pistol, but 3 more took its place. "Deck infestation," he reported. His voice remained calm. Inside the tank, crewmen sealed bulkheads and fired through emergency apertures. Sponson gunners turned their weapons inward where they could, shredding gargoyles against the hull. The Harridan lowered its head toward the turret. The Baneblade's Lascannon fired at point-blank range. The beam entered through one eye and burst from the rear of the skull. The Harridan convulsed. Its wings collapsed across the super-heavy tank. The indomitable wrath drove forward beneath the corpse, tracks grinding over gaunts and broken armor. Crewmen cut through the dead creature's flesh with emergency saws, while the battle continued around them. Then, the Norn Sovereign moved. It had remained within the impact crater, while the first stages of the assault unfolded. Now, the breach existed. It advanced toward it. The creature crossed the killing field with the speed of a charging tank. Psychic pressure gathered around its body, bending smoke and debris into a spiraling sheath. Its elongated talons unfolded from beneath armored forelimbs. The first battle cannon shell struck the barrier. It detonated meters from the Sovereign's chest. The explosion bent around it. A second shell burst against the same field. A third struck one shoulder and shattered a plate of chitin. The creature did not slow. Its command presence passed through the swarm. Gaunts parted before it. Warriors lowered their heads. The Norn Sovereign reached the super-heavy spearhead. Its first talon punched through a Leman Russ from front plate to engine block. The tank lifted from the ground, impaled upon the limb. The creature swung it sideways and threw it into another vehicle. Both exploded. A Baneblade turned its main cannon. The Sovereign leapt. Its weight struck the turret before the gun could fire. Claws sank into the armor ring. Metal screamed as the creature tore upward. The turret came free. It spun through the air and crushed a chimera. The headless Baneblade continued moving until gaunts climbed through the open hull. The indomitable wrath traversed toward the Sovereign. Vaughn saw the creature through smoke and blood. "Main gun. Loaded. Fire." The cannon discharged. The shell struck the Sovereign squarely in the torso. Its psychic barrier collapsed in a burst of distorted air. Armor plates exploded from its chest. One arm vanished beneath the blast. The creature fell. Vaughn stared through the cupola. Confirm kill. The Norn Sovereign rose. Its exposed flesh pulsed. Severed vessels closed. Secondary limbs unfolded from beneath damaged plates. It charged. The Baneblade fired every weapon that could bear. Lascannons cut into the creature's side. Heavy bolters shredded muscle. The Demolisher cannon struck one leg and broke it backward. The Sovereign continued on 3 limbs. It reached the indomitable wrath and drove both talons through the frontal hull. Crewmen died inside. The creature tore one side of the armor open. Vaughn saw daylight enter the command compartment through a gap wide enough to crawl through. Gaunts followed, climbing across the Sovereign's limbs and into the tank. The internal vox filled with screams. Vaughn drew his pistol. Magazine breach. The loader looked at him. "Commander, you heard me." The man understood. He reached for the manual detonation runes. Vaughn opened the command channel one final time. "Colonel Holt, I hear you. The road is still ours." Then he triggered the magazine. The indomitable wrath became a sun. The explosion swallowed the Baneblade, the Norn Sovereign, and every organism within 100 meters. The blast rolled across the battlefield, flattening gaunts and throwing tanks onto their sides. A tower of black smoke rose above Mortis Line 9. For several seconds, nothing emerged. Then a shape moved within the fire. The Norn Sovereign stepped from the wreckage. Half its skull was exposed. One arm ended in a blackened stump. Much of its torso had been burned to raw tissue. It advanced. The cheering stopped. Inside Bastion Invictus, Brother Librarian Castaver watched the creature through tactical feeds and felt the deeper change spreading through the swarm. New synapse strains moved among the invasion broods. Their minds were smaller than those of hive tyrants, less powerful than the Norn Sovereign, but arranged in unusual patterns. Neural ganglia repeated throughout their bodies. Secondary command knots pulsed in their thoraxes and along their spines. When the ossuary star's null pressure touched them, they did not fail at once. They became isolated. Then they continued, for seconds at first, longer in later broods. Vare understood. They are dividing. Command. Krail stood beside him. To resist disruption, to survive separation. On the western continent, the black aurora strengthened. The null zone rolled across the distant plains. The hive mind sent an entire swarm into it. Billions of organisms advanced without tactical purpose. Gaunts, warriors, gargoyles, and larger beasts moved toward the growing absence. The first ranks collapsed. Some died instantly. Others became feral and attacked whatever stood nearest. Warriors staggered onward after losing contact with the greater intelligence. New synapse strains continued longest, their redundant ganglia maintaining fragments of order. The Norn Sovereign watched through 1,000 eyes. It recorded every failure, every survival time, every mutation that endured one heartbeat longer than the last. Then, reclamation organisms moved in. Rippers and feeder beasts devoured the fallen. Useful tissue was recovered. Failed designs were reduced to slurry. The surviving strains were marked through synaptic command for replication. Vare felt the process and recoiled. Lord General Gale stood before the same projection. They sacrificed a continent's worth of organisms. Yes, Vare said, to test the null field. Yes. Gale looked toward the moving darkness. Carthus Prime's defenders had believed the Tyranids were fleeing. They had mistaken direction for helplessness. The swarm had come to the Reach not merely to feed, but to learn. The world was a laboratory. Its armies were resistance tests. Its population was both nutrient reserve and experimental material. Even the Tyranids' own dead were measurements written in flesh. They are building immunity, Guile said. Not immunity, Vare replied. Not yet. Then what? The first generation of survival. At Mortis Line 9, the center collapsed. The Norn Sovereign entered the trenches. Gaunts followed through the breach. Warriors restored order around them. Carnifexes crushed the remaining bunkers. The western artillery positions fell silent one after another. Holt stood among the remnants of the 77th Brontian Longknives. Less than half the regiment remained combat effective. Major Tern was gone. No one had seen him die. Rourke stood nearby with his power sword broken and his coat burned away below one shoulder. The hive gates waited behind them. Holt looked west. The horizon itself seemed to rise. It was not smoke. It was the swarm. Millions became tens of millions. The Tyranid mass flowed over the ruined fortifications, filled the trenches, and buried the wreckage beneath living bodies. Holt raised the regimental vox. All Brontian elements, withdraw to the hive gates. Companies will move by alternate bounds. Heavy weapons remain until the infantry clears. Static answered him. then scattered acknowledgements. Rourke looked at the advancing tide. Mortis Line 9 is lost. Holt sheathed his chainsword. No. The commissar turned toward him. Holt watched the last guns fire into the dark. It has done what it was built to do. Behind them, the gates of Hive Gathalamor began to close. Ahead, the hunger came on. The gates of Hive Gathalamor closed upon the living. They had been built to survive orbital bombardment, tectonic fracture, and the direct impact of siege engines. Each was a continent of adamantium, plasteel, and layered ceramite, descending on gravitic pistons older than entire regiments. Their movement made the hive tremble from foundation vault to highest spire. Millions remained outside. They filled the western approach in a mass so dense that no roadway, trench, or corpse field remained visible. Refugees pressed against the gatehouse walls, carrying children, ration tins, devotional icons, and bundles containing everything they had salvaged from lives already destroyed. Some wore manufacturum overalls. Others still bore the dust of the agricultural continents. Wounded soldiers moved among them, stripped of units and weapons, trying to force paths toward the narrowing entrances. Loudspeakers commanded order. No one listened. The final armored columns passed through first. Lehman Russ tanks entered on damaged tracks, hulls buried beneath Tyranid gore. Chimeras followed, some carrying wounded, others only ammunition. Brontian infantry withdrew in broken companies behind them, firing over their shoulders at shapes moving through the smoke. Colonel Garin Holt stood atop the inner gate bastion and watched the gap narrow. Outer refugee density exceeds projected limit, reported a staff officer. Holt looked down. There had never been a projected limit. There had only been the moment at which the doors would close. Beyond the crowds, the Tyranid mass poured over Mortis Line 9. Gaunts reached the first refugee camps. Tents collapsed beneath them. People scattered in every direction, but there was nowhere to run. The gate commander turned from his console. Lord General confirms closure. Holt said nothing. Colonel, I heard you. Below, the last Brontian rearguard entered the gate tunnel. A sergeant dragged a trooper whose leg ended above the knee. Behind them, civilians surged through the opening and knocked both men down. The great doors continued descending. People threw themselves beneath them. The first were crushed so completely that blood sprayed across those behind. Others tried to climb the lowering barrier, fingers slipping against oil and ash. A mother lifted an infant toward the gap. Someone took it from her. The child passed through. She did not. The gate struck the ground. The impact crushed thousands. For several seconds there was silence inside the tunnel. Then the pounding began. Hands struck the outer face of the barrier. Fists, tools, rifle stocks. The blows merged into a continuous thunder that traveled through the metal and into the stone surrounding it. Voices followed. Open the gate. In the Emperor's name. For the love of terror. We are loyal. There are children here. Open the gate. Holt descended from the bastion. Commissar Lucian Rourke waited at the foot of the stairs. His burned coat had been replaced by one taken from a dead officer. It did not fit him. The right sleeve was too short, and dried blood marked the collar. You would have left it open? Rourke asked. No. Then do not look as though you regret the order. I regret many necessary things. That is an indulgence. Holt stopped beside him. Perhaps. The pounding continued behind the walls. Hours later, the fists weakened. The screaming did not. Tyranid organisms entered the refugee camps in disciplined waves. Gaunts drove the survivors away from the gatehouse and into open killing areas. Gargoyles circled overhead, spitting flesh-borer beetles into clusters attempting to flee. Raveners emerged beneath medical tents and ration queues. Larger organisms followed after resistance had collapsed. The harvesting beasts came last. Harrispexes moved across the corpse fields on thick limbs, mouths opening wider than their skulls should have allowed. They seized bodies in bundles. Human forms vanished between grasping tongues and inward-folding jaws. The creatures fed without pause, their internal feeder systems stripping flesh, blood and bone into useful matter. Rippers covered what remained. They flowed through the camps like living floods, consuming the dead first and the wounded after. Clothing vanished. Flak armor was dragged aside. Bones were cracked, gnawed and reduced to fragments before those fragments were swallowed as well. Nothing was left that could decay. Capillary towers rose beyond the ruins of Mortis Line 9. They had grown from spore impact zones, root systems spreading beneath the battlefield and through the old trench network. Their surfaces pulsed with slow contractions. Veins thick as transit pipes carried liquefied biomass upward. At the tower summits, matter entered the atmosphere in dark streams. Above the cloud deck, hive ships waited with tendrils extended. Carthis Prime was already being emptied. Inside Hive Gathalamor, hunger began before the enemy reached the walls. Ration allocations were reduced by half. Water quotas followed. Entire lower districts lost pressure when tunneling organisms severed subterranean mains. Emergency cisterns were opened under military guard, and the queues around them grew until they blocked transit routes needed by ammunition carriers. The first water riot began in Hab District Canticus. A distribution valve failed after serving 3,000 people. The crowd believed the soldiers had closed it deliberately. Stones struck the barricade, then bottles. Then a shot came from somewhere in the mass. A guardsman fell with a hole through his throat. The line fired. Lasbolts passed through the first ranks and into those behind. Men and children fell together. The survivors surged forward over them, driven as much by those pressing from behind as by anger. The riot reached the ammunition lifts. Arbeits enforcers deployed shock mauls and shotguns. When the crowd continued advancing, they changed ammunition. Solid slugs tore bodies apart at close range. Guardsmen fired from the lift gantries. Ammunition servitors moved through the killing without changing pace, carrying auto-cannon belts and crates of lasgun charge packs toward the upper defense zones. Then the cult symbols appeared. A many-limbed star painted in blood upon a bulkhead. A preacher standing on a water tank, calling the violence a sign of deliverance. A womanless congregation of gaunt men raising hidden autoguns from beneath work robes. The riot became an uprising. Power failed across 3 levels. Genestealers came through the dark. Ecclesiarchy broadcasts continued throughout the fighting. The screams beyond the walls are the Emperor's trial, declared Cardinal Militant Orpheus. The faithful must hear and remain steadfast. Those outside are called to martyrdom. Those within are called to obedience. The recording played between casualty lists and evacuation orders. In the lower districts, citizens built shrines from broken furniture and the teeth of dead relatives. Priests promised salvation to those who surrendered food stores to the basilicas. Confessors dragged suspected cultists into public squares and burned them beneath statues of saints. Some of the condemned were hybrids. Many were merely starving. In Bastion Invictus, Lord General Severin Gale listened to the screams through the gate sensors until an aide muted them. The strategium was crowded with damage reports. Mortis Line 9 had fallen. 3 orbital platforms were silent. Hive Corvin no longer answered. The western wall of Gathalamor was under sustained bio-artillery fire, and the upper spires had become contested airspace. Aleph Tertius continued transmitting demands for reinforcement, despite ignoring 2 previous orders to release its defense monitors. Gale stood before the planetary hololith. Watch Captain Mordain Krail entered without announcement. Brother Librarian Castor Vare followed him, eyes bandaged beneath the sockets where blood vessels had ruptured. He walked without assistance, though one hand rested against the hilt of his force weapon. Krail placed a tactical projection over the western theatre. The Norn sovereign appeared at its center. Its body had regenerated unevenly after the destruction of the indomitable Wrath. Fresh chitin covered the burned torso. One arm had grown back longer than the other, ending in a blade-like talon. Synapse beasts clustered around it. Tyrant Guard formed a moving wall of armor, while feeder organisms laid living tissue beneath its advance. "We will strike here," Krail said. Guile looked at the projection. "With what?" 3 Thunderhawks, 2 Storm Ravens, Kill Team Vengeance, and attached veterans. "No." Krail did not move. "The organism coordinates the Western invasion, and every aircraft capable of surviving the approach is needed to defend the walls. Your walls are failing. They will fail faster without air cover. The Sovereign is adapting the swarm to the null field." "I am aware." "Then you understand why it must die." Gaile's expression hardened. "I understand that you command a kill team, not this planet." Krail's voice remained flat. "I command under the authority of the Long Vigil. This is an Imperial war zone under my authority. The Death Watch does not request permission when a Xenos threat crosses the threshold of extinction. You will have no aircraft." Krail turned toward Commodore Vale's liaison officers. "I requisition them." One of the Navy captains stared at Gale. The Lord General's hands tightened behind his back. "You will cripple the Western defense for a strike that may fail." "Yes. You speak with remarkable ease about the deaths of millions. I speak about preventing the deaths of worlds." Gale stepped closer. "If you take those gunships, and the wall falls, their blood is yours." Krail met his gaze. Their blood was already the Tyranids. Less than an hour later, the strike force launched. Thunderhawks climbed from armored caverns beneath the hive's upper tiers. Storm Ravens followed, smaller and faster, carrying Deathwatch veterans beneath wings scarred by previous engagements. The sky above Gathalamor was no longer sky. It was an ecosystem. Gargoyles moved through spore clouds in continent-sized flocks. Harridans circled above them. Living projectiles crossed the air on wings of membrane and cartilage. Some hunted heat. Others followed scent, electromagnetic discharge, or psychic trace. The lead Thunderhawk opened fire. Its turbo laser burned a path through the flock. Heavy bolters filled the gap with explosive shells. Gargoyles burst in hundreds, their remains hammering against the gunship's shields and hull. The formation entered the storm. Vare felt the shadow compress around them. The Norn Sovereign's presence lay ahead, like a blade driven into the hive mind. Focused, singular, accepting no distraction. A winged organism struck the port Storm Raven. Claws tore into the engine housing. The pilot rolled hard, smashing the beast against the flank of a manufactorum spire. More gargoyles descended before the aircraft could recover. They covered the wings. They entered the intakes. The Storm Raven lost thrust and dropped through the swarm. It vanished beneath living bodies before striking the ground. No explosion followed. The Tyranids reached it first. A Thunderhawk took a biocannon strike through the lower hull. Acid and living ammunition flooded the troop compartment. Veterans fired into the breach, while warning runes turned red. "Continue approach," Krail ordered. The pilot did not answer. He no longer had a head. Brother Arcturus forced his way into the cockpit, dragged the corpse from the restraint throne, and seized manual control. The Thunderhawk leveled less than 100 meters above the ground. The Sovereign's moving fortress came into view. It was not constructed. It had grown. Ribbed walls of flesh moved with the beast.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Capillary cords ran from the structure into attendant organisms. Tyrant Guard formed the outer ring. Their massive shields fused to their forelimbs. Elite warrior broods occupied firing ridges along its back. Spore chimneys pumped concealment into the air. The surviving Storm Raven accelerated ahead. Its assault ramp opened. Deathwatch veterans descended on grav chutes through fire and screaming wings. The first landed among the Tyrant Guard. A power axe struck a shoulder plate and failed to penetrate. The guard answered with a bone blade that passed through ceramite, ribcage, and both hearts. The veteran fell in 2 pieces. The others opened fire. Meltigans burned cavities through monster torsos. Storm bolters hammered warrior organisms from the living ramparts. A thunder hammer crushed one tyrant guard's skull, then struck again as the beast continued fighting without it. Storm shields absorbed blow after blow. Cracks spread across one shield's field generator. A Tyranid blade punched through and entered the arm behind it. The veteran held position, while smaller creatures climbed his legs. They did not attack his armor directly. They waited until a tyrant guard corpse fell across him. The weight pinned him to the living floor. Rippers poured from beneath the carcass and entered damaged seals at the knee and waist. His armor amplified his screaming over the kill team channel until Krail severed the link. The final Thunderhawk passed over the fortress. Krail jumped. He struck the organic surface hard enough to split it. Vare landed beside him. Kill team vengeance formed around them and drove inward. Power weapons severed limbs and opened armored thoraxes. Bolter fire filled the air with chitin fragments. A warrior seized Brother Navis around the waist. Navis placed a melter charge beneath its jaw and detonated it with both hands still locked around the trigger. The blast destroyed them together. The Sovereign turned. Every organism on the fortress reacted with it. Krail advanced through them. Vare reached for the beast's mind. The contact nearly killed him. He saw the Sovereign not as a creature, but as a vessel of accumulated defeat. Mortis Line 9, the null field experiments, the wounds cut by Necron technology, the 7 seconds of synaptic amputation at Kelthorn, all of it existed inside the organism as encoded instruction, not memory in any human sense. Adaptation waiting for transmission. Vare understood its purpose. "It expects to die," he said. Krail cut down a warrior. "Then we oblige it." "No, its death is part of the design." The Sovereign's psychic shielding tightened around them. Vare fell to one knee. "The adaptations are stored within it. When the transmission completes, the fleet will reproduce them. Can you prevent it? I do not know. Then open the path." Vare drove his force staff into the living floor. Psychic fire spread outward. The Sovereign's shielding split. Krail charged through the breach. The beast met him with one regenerated talon. The strike threw 2 veterans from the fortress. Another limb closed around Brother Arcturus and crushed his torso against his frag cannon. Armor folded inward. Ammunition detonated, tearing away part of the Sovereign's flank. Krail reached the exposed thorax. His Xenophase blade passed through armor, muscle, and the layered organs beneath. The Sovereign convulsed. A psychic scream struck the surviving Deathwatch. Vare forced himself deeper into the opened mind. He tore at synaptic barriers, severing one connection after another. For an instant, the creature's link to the fleet failed. Then, secondary ganglia awakened. The Sovereign drove one claw through the fortress floor. Living tissue split apart beneath it. A tunnel opened. The structure had grown the passage in advance. The wounded organism withdrew into it, dragging its damaged body beneath layers of closing flesh. Krail leapt after it, but Tyrant Guard filled the breach. By the time the last one died, the tunnel had sealed. The Sovereign was gone. The strike had failed. Its cost reached Hive Gathalamore minutes later. Without the requisitioned aircraft, the western sky belonged to the Tyranids. Harridans descended upon the wall batteries. Gargoyles drowned the remaining Hydra positions. Exocrines fired without interruption, while tunneling organisms undermined the gate foundations. Carnifexes reached Western Gate 3. The first died beneath Lascanon fire. The next climbed over it. 6 beasts struck the barrier together. Crushing claws tore at hinges softened by bioacid. A screamer killer drove its skull into the central seam until the adamantium buckled. The gate opened inward. The swarm entered. At the same time, Genestealers descended elevator shafts from the upper hive. They fell into civilian districts, barracks and command levels, emerging from maintenance hatches behind defensive lines. Tens of millions died in the first hour. No complete count survived. Some districts vanished from the Vox network before transmitting a single report. Others sent nothing but gunfire, prayers, and screaming. Entire regiments disappeared beneath the penetration. Refugee halls became feeding chambers. The lower transit arteries filled with blood deep enough to slow infantry movement. Gael watched the western sectors turn black on the strategium display. An aide approached. "My lord, the wall is lost." "Yes." "Orders?" Gael expanded the hive projection. The central reactor districts glowed beneath the deepest inhabited levels. Ammunition foundries, plasma furnaces, and power cores surrounded them. Millions of civilians had already been driven there by the fighting. He studied the ossuary star's projected arrival. Hours remained, perhaps less. "Hive Gathalamor is lost," Gael said. No one in the chamber moved. "But it is not expended." He activated the General Command Vox. "All surviving regiments will withdraw toward the central reactor districts. Defense lines will be established around the primary furnaces and fuel reserves. No demolition charges are to be activated without my direct command." Commodore Vale's liaison stared at him. "You intend to hold the reactors?" "I intend to hold the Tyranids at them. The creatures will feed on everyone trapped there." "Yes." The words silenced the chamber. Gael looked at the population concentrations. 23 billion souls had once been citizens. Now they were time. They were mass. They were a beacon bright enough to draw the swarm inward and keep it feeding, while the black sphere crossed the outer system. "Let them gorge," Gael said. "Let them bury themselves in this hive." Beyond the walls, capillary towers pulsed. Within the hive, the western districts drowned beneath chitin, and through the deepening black aurora, the ossuary star drew closer. The ossuary star entered orbit without crossing the space between. One moment, the outer dark above Carthis Prime held only wreckage, burning defense platforms, and the wounded bodies of the Tyranid fleet. The next, geometry unfolded across the heavens. Rings appeared around a sphere darker than the void surrounding it. They emerged in segments, each structure thousands of kilometers long, rotating through angles that contradicted ordinary space. Some passed behind the planet and remained visible. Others divided into smaller arcs, then rejoined in configurations no human auspex could resolve. Necron glyphs ignited across their surfaces. Green light spread along the rings in lines broader than hive districts. Symbols older than mankind burned above Carthis Prime, each one large enough to be seen from the surface through the poison clouds. Dead tomb ships orbited the structure. Some were broken across the spine. Others had lost entire crescents of hull. They drifted around the ossuary star like fragments of a shattered crown, held in place by forces that did not register as gravity. At the center hung the sphere. No light reflected from it. No star appeared beyond it. It was not black in the way of metal, stone, or shadow. It was absence given shape, a wound in the heavens around which the rings had been built to close. Every observatory on Carthis Prime turned toward it. Half ceased functioning. The rest transmitted contradictory measurements until their machine spirits overloaded and burned. Inside Bastion Invictus, Lord General Severin Gael watched the image fail across 6 hololithic projectors. The sphere changed size without moving. One instant, it appeared no larger than a moon. The next, it filled half the strategium, its surface swallowing the tactical runes placed over it. Magos Dominus Hester 9 stood at the noospheric command column, mechadendrites connected to every surviving auger relay. "Orbital range indeterminate," he said. "Mass indeterminate. Emission profile negative." "Negative?" Gael asked. "It produces less than nothing." Watch Captain Mordain Krail looked up at the projection. "That is not a measurement. It is the only accurate one." Brother Librarian Castavea staggered. One hand went to his throat. The other clutched the edge of the strategium table hard enough for the blackstone surface to crack beneath his gauntlet. The null field struck Carthis Prime. There was no sound, no flash, no visible wave. The warp simply ceased to answer. Every astropath in Bastion Invictus died at once. Their sanctum lay 7 levels below the strategium. Witnesses later reported a single convulsion passing through the choir before their bodies collapsed against their restraints. Blood leaked from their eyes, noses and mouths. Several had time to inhale. None exhaled. Across the planet, sanctioned psychers screamed. Some tore open their own faces. Some bit through their tongues. Others became perfectly still, their minds cut away from the Empyrean so completely that thought itself seemed to desert them. In hidden cult shrines beneath the hive, demonic shapes failed. A horned silhouette rising from a circle of blood folded inward and became greasy ash. A possessing entity abandoned its host so violently that the man's spine broke backward. Runes painted in human fat lost their light. Whispers that had haunted certain hab levels for generations ended in the same instant. The silence reached the navigators in orbit. The Astronomicon vanished from their perception, not dimmed, not obscured by the shadow in the warp. Gone. Several went blind. One clawed out his own third eye. Another ordered his ship to translate into the immaterium before his attendants restrained him. Had the order been obeyed, the vessel would have entered a warp without beacon, direction, or protective certainty. On the bridge of the Oath of Vigilance, the chief navigator collapsed against his throne and whispered the same phrase until his voice failed. There is no terror. There is no terror. There is no terror. Vare fell to one knee. Krail caught his shoulder. Brother. The librarian could not answer. He had endured the shadow in the warp. That had been pressure, suffocation, a psychic presence vast enough to fill every horizon of the soul. This was worse. The shadow had been something. This null field was nothing. Vare reached for the warp and found no current, no resistance, no echo of his own mind. He could not sense the lives around him. He could not feel Krail's presence, Gale's restrained fear, or the machine-cold thoughts of Hester 9. The inner light by which he had navigated existence since his awakening had been extinguished. He breathed. His lungs worked. His heart beat. Yet every breath felt stolen from a universe that no longer admitted souls existed. "What is happening to him?" Guile asked. Krail kept one hand on Vare's shoulder. "He is cut off. Will he recover?" Vare forced words through clenched teeth. "When the field withdraws." Hester 9's optics rotated toward him. Assumption unsupported. Vare looked at the Magos. For the first time since Kelthorn, there was no pain behind his eyes. He would have preferred pain. Above the planet, the Tyranids suffered. The hive mind broke. Not everywhere. Not completely. But across the Carthis system, synaptic command vanished in immense ragged sections. Zoanthropes dropped from the air. Their levitation failed first. They struck rooftops, trenches, and manufacturum yards with wet impacts. Some survived the fall and thrashed upon the ground, enlarged skulls splitting beneath internal pressure. Psychic organs ruptured through carapace seams. Pale tissue spilled into ash and mud. Malceptors froze in mid-advance. One toppled against the western hive wall and crushed a gatehouse beneath its mass. Another released a final pulse of uncontrolled force that liquefied every human and Tyranid organism within 50 meters. Gaunts convulsed. Some clawed at their own skulls. Some attacked the nearest moving thing, whether Imperial, Necron, or Tyranid. Broods that had advanced in perfect coordination became storms of instinct. Termagants fired into Hormagaunts. Gargoyles fell upon capillary towers. Rippers swarmed wounded carnifexes and entered their flesh through artillery wounds. In orbit, hive ships lost control of their own bodies. 2 bioships collided above the equator, their feeder tendrils entangled. Internal organisms, severed from central command, began consuming neural chambers, circulatory nodes, and propulsion organs, as though the vessels were merely fresh carcasses. A larger hive ship turned through the wreckage without correcting its course. It struck one of the ossuary star's outer rings. The Tyranid vessel vanished along the line of contact. There was no explosion, no debris. One half continued drifting. The other had ceased to exist. Imperial officers watched the swarm collapse and understood, for one dangerous moment, how powerful it had been. The disorder revealed the scale hidden by unity. Each front that failed exposed another behind it. Every brood that turned feral revealed 10 more still fighting. The planetary invasion did not disappear when the hive mind's greater synaptic web was wounded. It fragmented. Across Hive Gathalamor, local command organisms asserted control. Tyranid warriors gathered gaunts into smaller broods. Redundant neural ganglia pulsed along their thoraxes. Winged primes descended among panicked gargoyles and restored formations through short-range synaptic impulse. New organisms moved through the chaos. They were squat, heavily armored, and swollen with secondary nerve clusters. When the null field severed them from the fleet, they did not collapse. Their behavior became simpler, more brutal, but remained directed. They held intersections. They defended tunnel mouths. They coordinated feeding organisms in patterns too deliberate to be instinct. The hive mind's experiments had succeeded. Not enough to resist the ossuary star, enough to fight inside its shadow. Gael watched isolated Tyranid clusters stabilize across the tactical display. They should be finished. No, Krail said, only divided. The difference? A divided enemy can still kill you. Ver forced himself upright. They learned from the continental sacrifice. Gael looked toward him. How long can they function? Some for seconds, some for minutes. The newer strains longer. Can the Sovereign? Ver did not answer at once. In the silence left by the warp, he could no longer sense the organism. That absence frightened him more than contact had. Then the ossuary star began to feed. A line of darkness extended from the central sphere. It was not a beam in any ordinary sense. It possessed no radiance, no visible edge, no measurable heat. It could be seen only by what disappeared around it. The line touched Carthis Prime's upper atmosphere. Clouds vanished, not dispersed, not burned, removed. The path widened as it descended. Aircraft disappeared inside it. Gargoyle flocks became geometric gaps in the sky. Spore clouds ended along perfect planes. An orbital defense monitor drifted into the field and lost its prow, bridge, and forward gun decks without explosion or loss of momentum. The severed vessel continued moving. Its surviving crew had 3 seconds to see open space where half their ship had been. Then the beam shifted and erased the rest. Orbital debris vanished with flesh and metal alike. No dust remained. No radiation bloom marked the destruction. No heat reached the surface. Only absence. The beam touched the northern Manufactorum continent. A region 20 kilometers across ceased to exist. Factories, habs, defense lines, people, Tyranids and bedrock were removed in a single descending column. The planet's crust ended in smooth, angular plains. Molten rock did not rise from the wound. Seismic instruments registered collapse only after surrounding strata began falling into the void. The geometric cavity deepened. Carthis Prime had been bitten. Setek the Unburied watched from beneath the hive. The tomb's command vault trembled as the ossuary star's glyphs answered the dormant pylons around him. Ancient systems awakened in sequence. Green fire passed through conduits buried across continental plates. Cryptek stood before him in a half-circle. None wished to speak first. Setek lifted his war scythe. State the failure. The astromancer bowed. The prison engine no longer recognizes primary dynastic authority. Then remind it. The command lattice has merged with the shard. Direct control is impossible. Setek's eyes brightened. You told me the planetary pylons could redirect it. They can. But 3 surface nexus sites must be restored. Their phase alignment is broken. Images appeared above the vault. The first nexus lay beneath Manufactorum District Helix, now buried within Tyranid-controlled ruins. The second stood inside the Western Wall complex. The third had been built into a mountain of blackstone beneath the outer reactor districts. All were contested. All lay beneath the paths of feeding beams. "How long will restoration grant control?" Setek asked. "Several moments." "Insufficient." "Several moments of full command." Setek considered. "Enough to redirect the prison?" "Yes." "Enough to destroy it?" The cryptech hesitated. "Unknown." Setek turned toward the Imperial command channel. The alliance began with threats. Guile appeared by hololith inside the Necron vault. Krail stood beside him. Hester 9 transmitted from Aleph Tertius, his image fragmented by interference. Setek regarded them all. "The prison engine can be turned." Guile's face remained hard. "How?" 3 control nexuses on the surface. Under Tyranid occupation. "Your grasp of geography improves." Krail ignored the insult. "What is required at each site?" "Necron activation." "Then send your warriors." "I will." "Why involve us?" "Because your soldiers are numerous, and therefore useful for attracting fire." Gale leaned toward the hololithic projection. "My regiments will not die merely to preserve your tomb." Setek looked amused. "They will die regardless. I offer them a direction in which their deaths may matter." Hester 9's translator clicked. "Clarification requested. Successful activation permits redirection away from Carthus Prime for a limited interval. Destination? Unselected." Gale looked to Krail. The watch captain spoke first. "The guard secures the approaches. Deathwatch removes synapse organisms blocking the routes. Necron units activate the nexuses." Setek inclined his head. "Acceptable." "And after?" "I resume sterilization of the planet." Gaile's expression did not change. "Then the compact ends at activation." "It ends when I decide it ends." Krail rested one hand upon the hilt of his xenophase blade. "Then we will ensure you have little time for reflection." Setek laughed. "Your confidence remains disproportionate to your lifespan." The operational plan formed in less than 9 minutes. 3 Imperial armored groups would advance from the central reactor districts. Necron phalanxes would emerge from subterranean portals once the surface routes were opened. Deathwatch veterans would strike ahead of both, identifying and destroying local synapse nodes capable of reorganizing the Tyranid resistance. No shared command structure was created. No common Vox channel was trusted. Each force received only the coordinates, the timing, and the knowledge that failure meant planetary consumption. Hester 9 accepted the plan, then concealed his own. Aleph Tertius had altered orbit during the null field strike, using the chaos to approach the outermost ring of the ossuary star. Servo probes had identified a damaged Blackstone segment drifting near one of the wrecked tomb ships. The fragment was larger than a cruiser. Hester 9 did not intend to take all of it. Only a control rib. A single segment could be mounted within a Mechanicus vault. Its anti-empiric properties might shield astropaths, seal warp breaches, perhaps protect entire worlds from demonic assault. His probability engines warned him. The segment remained connected to the greater prison through dimensional resonance. Severing it might destabilize containment. The Cetan shard could awaken further. The feeding beams could widen. Hester 9 archived the warnings under non-essential speculation. He dispatched recovery craft. Inside Hive Gathalamor, the Norn sovereign returned. It emerged from a tunnel of living tissue beneath the ruins of the Western Defense Ministries. Its body had changed. The wounds inflicted by Krail's strike were sealed beneath darker armor. New neural clusters pulsed along its spine. Some had grown externally, protected by overlapping plates. Smaller synapse organisms clung to its flanks, half embedded in the flesh, their nerve cords woven into the Sovereign's own systems. It no longer carried a single command mind. It carried a colony of them. The null field pressed against the creature. Its outer synaptic aura failed. Secondary ganglia awakened. The smaller organisms convulsed, then stabilized. The Norn sovereign took one step, then another. It could not hear the full hive mind. It could not feel the fleet as it had before, but it retained purpose. Preserve the tendril, secure the biomass, reach the control sites. Its head turned toward the western nexus. Every nearby warrior lowered its skull. The Tyranid clusters began to move. At the central reactor districts, Imperial engines started. Lehman Russ tanks rolled from ammunition halls. Chimeras formed behind them. Basilisks deployed onto firing ramps built across hab plazas. Surviving Baneblades moved at the center, hulls patched with plates cut from manufactorum doors. Colonel Holt stood in the cupola of a command tank. The remnants of the 77th Brontian Longknives marched around him. Commissar Rourke walked at the head of the 1st Infantry column. The hive shook as another feeding beam removed 3 upper districts. Daylight entered through the wound. Not ordinary daylight. The black sphere filled the opening. Below the streets, Necron portals ignited. Warriors marched upward in perfect ranks. Destroyers hovered behind them. Canoptek wraiths passed through the walls rather than wait for gates to open. Setek came last. His war scythe burned beneath the black sun. In the upper ruins, Tyranid broods gathered around the Norn sovereign. Gaunts filled the avenues. Carnifexes broke through fallen architecture. Winged organisms descended through the exposed hive. 3 armies moved toward the same ground. Human armor advanced beneath banners blackened by smoke. Necron phalanxes rose from the dead world below. Tyranid swarms poured through the spaces between them. Above all 3, the ossuary star fed. A beam crossed the horizon. A mountain vanished. The planet shuddered beneath the loss. Then the guns opened. Nexus Primus lay beyond the western reactor districts, beneath a manufactorum avenue wide enough for 6 super-heavy tanks to advance abreast. The avenue no longer existed. Tyranid bombardment had reduced it to a trench of burning fuel, collapsed transit rails, and broken hab towers. Chimera hulls lay across the road at angles, some still burning, others already covered in feeding organisms. Spore clouds drifted between the ruins, green and yellow beneath the black light of the ossuary star. Colonel Garin Holt raised his magnoculars. The Nexus stood somewhere beyond the smoke. Setek had described it as a command obelisk. What Holt saw was a mountain of blackstone rising from the ruins, its upper surface split by wounds that leaked green light. Necron glyphs pulsed along the structure in irregular sequence. Tyranid organisms covered its lower approaches. Gaunts, warriors, carnifexes, newer things swollen with redundant ganglia and armored nerve clusters. The Norn sovereign had prepared the ground. Artillery status, Holt said. Major Vaughn checked the command slate. 70%. Meaning? 70% of surviving guns acknowledge the fire plan. And the rest? Destroyed, jammed, or receiving false commands. Holt lowered the magnoculars. Then 70% will have to sound like enough. He keyed the general channel. All batteries. Commence. The western reactor districts erupted behind him. Basilisks fired from manufactorum courtyards. Manticores launched their final Storm Eagle rockets in screaming volleys. Medusa siege guns discharged from fixed revetments near the hive core, their shells traveling so low that they passed between ruined spires. The barrage struck the approach to Nexus Primus. Tyranid broods vanished beneath fire. Buildings collapsed across occupied streets. Gaunts were thrown through the air in blackened pieces. A Carnifex disappeared under a direct Earthshaker impact and emerged without one side of its body, dragging itself forward on a single claw. The Lehman Russ squadrons advanced. Their tracks crushed bodies into the road. Battle cannons fired through the smoke. Demolishers led where the rubble narrowed, blasting open paths through collapsed transit stations, and Tyranid barricades formed from their own dead. Chimeras followed close behind. Infantry rode inside and on top, because there was no room for caution. Men clung to handholds, heavy weapons laid across their knees. Some fired from roof hatches. Others kept their heads down and stared at the black sphere above. The first bioplasma strike hit the lead Chimera. White fire swallowed the vehicle. Its hull lifted from the ground, rotated once, and came down on its side. The rear ramp burst open. Burning guardsmen spilled into the road. A second shot struck the vehicle behind it. The Chimera's turret vanished. Molten armor poured into the troop compartment. Holt saw the column begin to bunch. "Keep moving." The order passed through the surviving command tanks. A Lehman Russ rammed the burning transport aside. Chimeras split around the wreck. Infantry dismounted into streets filled with promethium, acid, and swarming organisms. Gaunts came through the flames. Lasgun volleys met them at less than 50 meters. Men fired until they could no longer see their targets through the steam rising from burning Tyranid blood. Heavy bolters punched gaps in the swarm. Grenade launchers fired directly into building entrances. Then the Necrons emerged from the right flank. They marched in perfect ranks. Green gorse fire passed over, beside and through the Imperial formations. One beam struck a warrior organism in the chest, stripped it to bone, continued through the torso of a Brontian sergeant, and removed half a Chimera's side armor before fading. The Necrons did not alter their firing line. Another volley crossed the avenue. 3 guardsmen vanished from the waist up. Holt seized the Vox. "Setek, your troops are firing through mine." The Overlord's voice answered through a channel filled with metallic distortion. "Your troops are obstructing superior firing vectors. They are part of the assault. They are biological clutter. I will return fire if it happens again." "No, you will not." Holt looked across the ruins. Necron phalanxes advanced through the artillery storm without taking cover. Warriors rebuilt themselves as they walked, severed limbs crawling back toward bodies. Destroyers hovered behind them and fired into dense clusters of gaunts, regardless of the Imperial infantry caught nearby. Setek's arrogance was not theatrical. He genuinely regarded human casualties as irrelevant. Holt had no strength to punish him. Not yet. He cut the channel. "Mark Necron fire lanes. Do not cross unless ordered." Varn stared at him. "They are beside us." "No, they are moving in the same direction." The difference became clear moments later. A false order entered the artillery net. "Basilisk Group Theta. Shift fire 200 meters east. Necron concentration. Fire for effect." The voice sounded like Holt's. Group Theta obeyed. Earthshaker shells fell among Setek's phalanxes. Necron warriors vanished beneath collapsing buildings and fountains of broken stone. A destroyer was driven into the ground by a direct impact. Its torso rebuilt itself, while its lower chassis burned. The Necrons retaliated immediately. Gauss cannons traversed toward the nearest Imperial battery and opened fire. 2 basilisks were stripped apart layer by layer. Crews ran from dissolving vehicles and died inside the beams. "Cease fire," Holt shouted. "All batteries authenticate by secondary cipher." Another voice, also Holt's, answered from the command net. "Necron treachery confirmed. Continue bombardment." Major Varn turned pale. That was on the sealed frequency. A scream cut through the channel, then laughter, broken, breathless, learned from a dying human throat. Lictors had entered the liaison network. One killed a Necron emissary inside a command bunker and left the metal body propped before an Imperial Vox set. Another dragged an artillery liaison officer into a service shaft, consumed the contents of his skull, and used fragments of his speech to redirect fire. Where the null field weakened in the shadow of the Nexus, Neurolictors followed. They did not attack bodies first. They attacked certainty. A Brontian company crossing a shattered plaza saw the road become a corridor of teeth. Half the men fired into empty walls. Others dropped their weapons and fled toward the artillery lines. A tank commander opened his cupola and began screaming that the Emperor had abandoned them. His Lehman Russ stopped in the center of the advance. Vehicles piled up behind it. Commissar Lucian Rourke climbed onto the tank under fire. He reached the cupola as the commander tried to abandon the vehicle. Rourke shot him through the mouth. The body dropped back inside. Rourke leaned into the hatch. "Driver," a terrified voice answered. "Yes, Commissar." "Advance. The commander is dead. You have been promoted." The Lehman Russ moved. Rourke jumped down and walked toward the transit bridge ahead. The bridge crossed an excavation shaft, more than 300 meters deep. Its shielding rails were broken. Tyranid organisms moved in the lower darkness, climbing the supports. Imperial infantry had stopped at the entrance. Bioplasma struck the far end. Men scattered. Rourke stepped onto the bridge. "Forward!" No one followed. He turned. The nearest guardsman stared at him through smoke and fear. Rourke raised his bolt pistol. The first man in the formation looked at the abyss, then at the commissar. He stepped forward. The others followed. They did not become brave. They did not cease to be afraid. They merely understood that turning back placed death closer than continuing. Rourke led them across. Gaunts climbed over the bridge rails. Shotguns fired at arm's length. Flamers swept the supports. Men fell into the shaft with Tyranids locked around them. Rourke did not slow. By the time they reached the far side, fewer than half remained. They kept moving. At Nexus Secundus, the war took place beneath the hive. The underground manufactorum had once produced plasma coil housings. Its assembly halls extended for kilometers, filled with gantries, press towers, and inactive machine lines. Canoptech wraiths entered through the walls. Tyranid beasts entered through the floor. A Carnifex charged between two stamping presses, crushing machinery beneath its feet. Bioacid burned across its claws. Necron warriors fired into its chest, but the creature used the dead machines as cover and reached the first rank. Its claws closed around two warriors. Living metal bodies came apart. A wraith phased through the Carnifex's flank. For 1 second, construct and organism occupied the same space. The wraith became solid. The Carnifex ruptured from within. Armor plates burst outward. Internal organs sprayed across the machine line. The wraith emerged covered in black ichor, its claws already opening toward the next target. Raveners came through the lower trenches. They seized Necron warriors by the legs and dragged them beneath the machinery. Reconstruction protocols began as talons tore metal bodies apart, but the Raveners scattered the pieces faster than they could rejoin. One warrior rebuilt its torso without a head. A Ravener bit through the new spine before the skull could return. Destroyers fired into the lower hall. Their beams removed Tyranids, machinery, and sections of load-bearing wall. The ceiling began to collapse. Neither side withdrew. At Nexus Tertius, Kill Team Vengeance hunted in silence. Krail lay prone behind the broken spine of a transit tower. His stalker-pattern bolter rested against a ferrocrete support. Through the scope, a Tyranid warrior stood among the ruins below, directing gaunts toward the Nexus approach. Krail fired once. The round entered through the warrior's eye and detonated inside its skull. The creature collapsed. 2 more warriors turned. Brother Hellion fired from another position. The first lost its throat. The second took 3 rounds through the thorax and continued transmitting until a 4th shot removed its head. The surrounding gaunts faltered. Brother Dyron rose behind a shattered wall with an Infernus heavy bolter. He opened fire. Explosive shells tore through the gaunt mass. Chitin fragments covered the street. Bodies rolled over one another beneath the storm. A tyrant guard emerged from the smoke. Its shielded forelimb absorbed the first impacts. Shells burst against layered chitin without penetrating. Darren changed the weapon feed. The Infernus mechanism engaged. A stream of burning promethium struck the tyrant guard, flooding the gaps between armor plates. The beast continued forward. Darren switched again. Armor-piercing, mass-reactive rounds hammered into the same heated plates. The chitin broke. The next burst entered the torso and detonated through the organs beneath. The tyrant guard fell close enough for one claw to strike Darren's boot. Krail rose. "Advance!" The Death Watch moved toward the Nexus. They did not see Hester 9 begin the theft. The Magos had reached the Blackstone machinery beneath Nexus Tertius through an alternate access shaft. Skitarii surrounded him in a defensive crescent, while servo constructs cut into a control segment embedded in the floor. The segment was 3 meters long. Its surface absorbed lumen light. Necron glyphs moved across it beneath the cutting field. Hester 9 watched the extraction process through 9 simultaneous noospheric projections. Warning probabilities increased. Containment instability, resonance cascade, dynastic retaliation. He reduced the alerts to background status. Continue severance. A tech priest beside him turned. Magos, dimensional tension exceeds predicted tolerance. Prediction updated. To what conclusion? Acceptable loss. The Blackstone segment shifted. Every glyph in the chamber turned toward Hester 9. Setek felt the theft through the command network. He stood at Nexus Primus, amid burning tanks and dead gaunts. His head turned sharply toward the western data stream. The Overlord's voice entered the Necron command lattice. Hester 9! The Magos did not answer. Setek saw the extraction through the Nexus itself. He raised his war scythe. To my Lich Guard! Kill the Machine Priest and all constructs accompanying him. The order crossed the tomb network. Lich Guard emerged from a dimensional gateway inside Nexus Tertius. Their shields locked. War scythes ignited. The Skitarii opened fire first. Galvanic rifles discharged in disciplined volleys. Necron armor sparked beneath the impacts. One Lich Guard staggered. Then the phalanx advanced. A war scythe passed through 3 Skitarii in a single sweep. Skitarii plasma calivers fired at point-blank range. One Lich Guard disappeared inside a sphere of blue fire, then began reconstructing before the smoke cleared. Hester 9 ordered the servo constructs to continue cutting. The supposed alliance became a 4-sided battle. Imperial Guard, Necrons, Mechanicus, Tyranids. Each fired through the others whenever convenient. Guile received the report in Bastion Invictus. He opened a direct Vox channel to Aleph Tertius. Hester 9, cease extraction. The Magos answered after a delay. Negative. You are damaging the control system. I am acquiring strategic material. You are sabotaging the only plan capable of redirecting the ossuary star. One world is an acceptable cost in exchange for reproducible anti-empiric technology. Gale stared at the tactical display. Around the Nexus, Imperial units died beneath Necron retaliation triggered by the Mechanicus breach. You have no evidence it is reproducible. Acquisition will provide evidence. You may release the shard. Risk acknowledged. 23 billion people remain on this planet. Already assessed as non-recoverable. Gale's voice dropped. You are sacrificing the plan that might save them. I am sacrificing one contaminated world to protect future Forge worlds, fleet assets, and strategic populations. No, you are endangering every world because you cannot distinguish discovery from possession. Hester 9's image flickered. Emotional objection. Command decision. Guile turned to the nearest staff officer. Transmit to all Imperial forces at Nexus Tertius. Magos Dominus Hester 9 is relieved of authority and placed under arrest. The officer hesitated. Lord General, the Skitarii will resist. They already are. Guile returned to the channel. Hester 9, surrender yourself. The Magos' remaining organic eye narrowed. Authority disputed. Then die disputing it. At Nexus Primus, the ground shook. Holt saw the Norn sovereign before the Auspex detected it. The creature emerged through the artillery smoke, surrounded by null-adapted broods. Its body had changed again. Additional neural masses pulsed beneath the armor of its shoulders and spine. Smaller synapse organisms clung to it, half fused into its flesh, their limbs buried in grooves along its carapace. Around them moved warriors, whose behavior remained coordinated despite the black pressure of the ossuary star. The Sovereign did not attack the nearest tanks. It ignored them. It moved toward the Nexus. "Concentrate fire," Holt ordered. Lehman Russ squadrons traversed. Battle cannons fired. The first shells burst against the Sovereign's psychic barrier. The field failed under the null pressure, but secondary organisms surrounding the beast absorbed the disruption. One died. Another took over. The Sovereign continued. A Vanquisher shell struck its left side and broke armor. The creature did not turn toward the tank. Carnifexes attacked in its place. They hit the Imperial line, while warrior broods engaged the Necrons. Gauss fire stripped Gaunts apart. Human tanks fired through both. The avenue became a single mass of green beams, red las fire, black smoke, and alien flesh. Setek advanced toward the Sovereign. The Overlord's war scythe cut through a warrior and continued into the Carnifex behind it. His Lich Guard formed around him, shields interlocked. The Sovereign passed them. Its target was not Setek. It struck the Nexus control housing. One Talon entered a line of Necron glyphs. Blackstone screamed. The sound did not travel through air. It appeared inside every mind and command circuit nearby. Vare felt it from kilometers away. The hive mind had understood. The ossuary star was not only danger, it was direction. A weapon capable of erasing biomass could be turned toward another fleet, another world, another source of prey. The Tyranids did not need to master the prison engine fully. They needed only to alter its path. The Sovereign drove deeper into the control housing. Setek raised his war scythe. "Remove it!" Necron volleys struck the creature. Imperial tanks fired at the same moment. The Norn Sovereign vanished beneath explosions. It remained standing. Holt saw the Nexus glyphs change. One of the ossuary star's orbital rings responded. Across the heavens, the immense structure shuddered. A fracture ran through it. Green light poured from the wound. Hester 9's cutting machines completed their severance at the same instant. The stolen Blackstone segment came free. The two events met through the prison network. Every pylon on Carthys Prime ignited. The fractured orbital ring split. A piece thousands of kilometers long drifted away from the central sphere. The null field convulsed. For one heartbeat, Vare felt the warp return. He felt every scream on Carthys Prime, every dying mind, every Tyranid synapse, every Necron command pulse translated into the shape of ancient hatred. Then something else looked back. A figure formed between the broken ring and the sphere. Humanoid, colossal, made from starless fire. Its limbs were too long. Its head was a smooth void, surrounded by a corona that gave no light. The silhouette was visible from the surface, despite having no substance that any auspex could measure. All fighting beneath it slowed. Human soldiers looked up. Necron warriors froze. Tyranid organisms turned their heads toward the sky. The fragment of Azagorod's withered reflection regarded the world. It saw armies. It saw hunger. It saw a planet crowded with matter waiting to be dissolved. Then it began to laugh. No sound crossed the heavens, yet every living thing on Carthys Prime heard it. Reality failed first around Nexus Primus. The manifested shard fragment hung above Carthys Prime, humanoid only because the mind required a shape to contain it. Starless fire outlined limbs vast enough to cross continents. Its head turned through impossible angles, while the broken ring of the ossuary star revolved behind it. Then gravity reversed. A Lehman Russ rose from the avenue. Its tracks continued turning as it lifted, dragging streamers of blood and fuel from the ground. The crew transmitted 3 seconds of confused shouting before the hull folded inward. Armor compressed. Turret, engine, and crew collapsed into a sphere no wider than a man's torso. The object fell. It struck the street without bouncing. Around it, guardsmen became transparent. Skin vanished first, though they remained alive. Muscle faded next. Skeletons stood visible within spectral outlines of flak armor and uniforms. Then the bones ignited. Men burned from within without heat or flame. Their ash remained suspended in human shapes until a sideways pull of gravity scattered it across the ruins. A carnifex charged through the distortion, its body elongated. The front half continued forward, while the rear half remained fixed in place. Chitin stretched into translucent strands. Internal organs multiplied across meters of impossible distance. The creature tried to roar, its skull inverted. The sound emerged from every Vox unit within a kilometer. Necron warriors halted as command protocols filled with an intruding presence. The Citan did not speak through air. It entered weapon coils, Auspex returns, engine currents, and the living metal matrices of Setek's soldiers. Imperial radios screamed with bursts of coded static. Tank targeting systems displayed glyphs that had not been written since the war in heaven. Setek heard the voice directly. Jailer. The word passed through him as an electromagnetic seizure. His limbs locked for a fraction of a second. Green fire brightened behind his eyes. The shard fragment lowered its face toward the battlefield. Jailer. The organic devourers are hunger pretending to be life. The warm creatures are dust that has not yet cooled. The message fractured. Equations followed. Calculations of stellar pressure. The mass of Carthus Prime reduced to quantities of energy. The sequence required to strip iron from a world's core. The predicted flavor of a sun at the instant before collapse. Then the calculation became appetite. Open. Setek raised his war scythe toward the sky. You were caged once. The shard answered through every gas weapon on the field. And you slept. You remain broken. So does the prison. The Norn sovereign stood before the damaged nexus. Its embedded synapse organisms convulsed beneath the Citan's attention. Several died instantly. Their bodies blackened and became hollow shells. The sovereign did not retreat. It struck the control housing again. Setek saw the intent, not understanding, not mastery. Instinct refined by the hive mind into strategy. The Tyranids had recognized that the prison could be directed. If they could not command the ossuary star, they might wound it enough to change its course. A damaged predator could be diverted. A greater hunger could be aimed toward another concentration of life. The sovereign drove one talon deeper into the Blackstone. Setek moved. He crossed the intervening space in a dimensional step and brought his war scythe down. The blade sheared through the sovereign's outer arm. Black blood struck the nexus and vanished into the stone. The Tyranid organism turned upon him. Its remaining talons struck with enough force to split a bunker. Setek raised the war scythe across his body. The impact hurled him through two Necron warriors and into a wall. Living metal reformed across his ribs before he landed. The Norn sovereign advanced. Then a gravity inversion lifted it from the ground. The creature rose above the nexus, limbs thrashing. For one instant, it hung beneath the black sun, as though displayed for inspection. The Citan fragment regarded it. Hunger, recognizing hunger. The sovereign's redundant ganglia fired in sequence. Its embedded synapse beasts died one after another, each preserving command for a fraction longer. The creature twisted its body, drove a talon into the nexus face, and pulled itself back to the ground. Setek rose from the rubble. His court appeared through dimensional gates behind him. The Astromancer's damaged form flickered as the shard intruded upon his command systems. "My lord," he said, "the prison cannot be restored while the manifestation remains external." Setek turned. "Then force it inward. The control nexuses have insufficient authority. Find sufficient authority." The Astromancer projected the damaged geometry of the ossuary star. At the center of the structure, lines of null energy converged within a region smaller than a city district. The central focus had once been used to draw the Citan shard into the containment sphere. "The fragment is responding to psychic agitation," the cryptek said. "Its manifestation is anchored by the strongest concentrations of organic and synaptic activity." Setek looked toward the Norn sovereign. The cryptek followed his gaze. A sufficiently powerful synaptic presence positioned within the null focus may attract the fragment back toward containment. May. The probability is non-zero. Setek struck the astromancer across the face with the shaft of his war scythe. The cryptek fell. "When I ask for certainty," Setek said, "you will provide certainty." The astromancer pushed himself upright. The synaptic organism is the only viable lure. Across the battlefield, Ver reached the same conclusion. The librarian stood inside the damaged chamber of Nexus Tertius, one hand resting against the stolen Blackstone segment. His psychic senses remained crushed beneath the null field, but the fragment changed the silence around it. The Blackstone was not merely absence, it was structure. Channels existed within the suppression, invisible vectors along which pressure could be directed, narrowed and reflected. Ver could not touch the warp beyond the field, but he could feel the imprint of the Norn sovereign pressing against its boundaries. The organism burned there like a furnace behind sealed doors. Krail entered the chamber with 3 surviving veterans. His armor was scored by Gauss fire. One shoulder plate had been torn away. Brother Darren followed with his Infernus heavy bolter hanging from a damaged stabilizer mount. Hester 9 stood at the heart of the machinery. The Magos had changed. Blackstone growths covered half his chassis. The stolen segment had been cut into plates and driven through his mechanical torso. Cables ran from the Nexus into his spine. His lower limbs had fused with the control dais, making him part of the system he had attempted to steal. Skitarii corpses surrounded him. Some had died fighting the Lich Guard. Others had been dismantled and incorporated into the Magos' expanded body. Hester 9's remaining organic eye opened. "Watch, Captain." Krail raised his bolter. "You were ordered to surrender. Order invalidated by strategic necessity. You damaged the containment structure. I have improved access. The Citan is manifest. An acceptable transition state." Ver looked at the Blackstone fused through the Magos. He cannot disconnect. Hester 9's mechadendrites unfolded. "Correction. I will not disconnect." Krail fired. The bolt struck the Magos' chest and detonated against Blackstone plating. The blast removed cables and fragments of metal, but failed to penetrate the central housing. Hester 9 answered with a plasma discharge. Krail threw himself aside. The shot struck Brother Darren. His torso vanished in blue fire. The Infernus heavy bolter fell with the remains of his arms still locked around it. The other veterans opened fire. Storm bolter rounds hammered Hester 9's chassis. Mechadendrites stabbed outward, tipped with cutting tools and arc weapons. One caught a veteran beneath the chin and drove through the helmet into the skull. Krail closed the distance. A servo arm struck him in the chest and lifted him from the ground. Ceramite cracked beneath the claw. He fired his bolter into the joint. The arm exploded. Krail landed, drew his Xenophase blade, and drove it through the Magos' lower chassis. The weapon passed through Blackstone and metal by shifting between material states. Hester 9 convulsed. His machine voice fragmented into overlapping syllables. "Strategic, loss, unacceptable, acquisition, must." Krail tore the blade upward. The Magos split from base to sternum. Secondary systems remained active. A las cutter emerged from one shoulder and struck Krail's helm, carving a glowing line across the faceplate. He seized the tool, ripped it free, and forced it into Hester 9's organic eye. The Magos went still. For several seconds, the machinery around him continued operating. Then his voice returned through the Nexus itself. "Data preserved." Krail cut off his head. The chamber fell silent. The stolen Blackstone segment remained fused to the control network. Ver approached it. Krail turned. "What do you see?" "The creature." "The Sovereign?" "Yes." "Can it be killed?" Ver placed his palm against the Blackstone. "It must not be." Krail said nothing. "The shard can be drawn back into the prison," Ver continued, "but it requires a synaptic lure within the central focus. The Sovereign is the only organism powerful enough. You propose capturing it?" "No." "Forcing it?" "Yes." Krail looked at the damaged Nexus display. The central focus lay beneath what remained of Hive Gathalamor's reactor districts. "How?" Ver closed his eyes. Give it something it cannot ignore. Gael received the plan while the hive was disappearing around him. The strategium ceiling had collapsed at one end. Officers worked beneath hanging cables and drifting dust. Every few minutes, gravity shifted somewhere in the bastion. Tables rose from the floor. Blood ran upward along walls. The Lord General studied the central focus. It lay below Reactor District Omicron, surrounded by transit routes, manufactorum canyons, and collapsed hab levels. A natural killing ground, a perfect trap. Also the location of the largest surviving civilian concentration. Nearly 4 billion people remained in the districts around it. Gael looked at the tactical projections. Demolish sectors Gamma through Kappa. Colonel Holt's image appeared over the Vox. Those sectors contain our fallback lines. They are no longer fallback lines. They are walls. You want the Tyranids channeled into Omicron? Yes. There are civilians in every district between here and the focus. I know. Holt remained silent. Gael continued. Open the eastern transit arteries. Collapse all northern access routes. Ignite the promethium reservoirs along the southern manufacturum belt. That will trap our own units. They are already trapped. How many blocking positions? Gael examined the force estimates. 212. Holt's face hardened. That is most of the surviving infantry. Yes. Expected survival? None. The word crossed the channel without emphasis. Holt looked away. Orders acknowledged. Across Hive Gathalamor, Imperial engineers began destroying their own city. Demolition charges split hab towers and dropped them across avenues. Transit bridges collapsed into shafts. Bulkhead gates were opened in selected corridors and welded shut elsewhere. Promethium pipelines were ruptured and ignited, forming walls of fire kilometers long. Hundreds of thousands of guardsmen entered blocking positions. They understood the purpose when they saw the evacuation routes sealed behind them. Some prayed, some cursed, some tried to flee and were shot. Commissar Rourke moved between the positions without speech. His presence was enough. The Tyranids adapted. Gaunts entered the fire zones. They burned by the thousand, then by the million. Their bodies piled against the promethium barriers. Fat and internal fluids fed the flames at first. More broods followed. The dead accumulated until the lower layers smothered the fires beneath their own mass. Harpies attacked the demolition teams. They descended through smoke and released spore mines among the engineers. Hive crones fired living missiles into charge placements, detonating entire districts before the Imperial timetable required it. Sporocysts rooted themselves inside the selected transit corridors. They seeded the routes with mines. The pathways meant to guide the swarm became killing grounds for everyone. Chimeras vanished beneath eruptions of bone and acid. Necron phalanxes marched through the same zones and triggered mines that tore warriors apart faster than resurrection beams could reclaim them. The trap became mutual slaughter. Still, the corridor held. Imperial artillery fired continuously, not to stop the Tyranids, to shape them. Shells struck the flanks of the advancing swarm, collapsing streets and forcing broods inward. Basilisks adjusted fire by meters. Medusas destroyed any mass attempting to break east or west. Guardsmen watched millions of organisms advance toward them and were ordered not to fire until they crossed predetermined lines. When they did, the hive became noise. Laser glowed red. Heavy bolters fired until feed mechanisms melted. Men died standing because there was no room to fall. At Nexus Tertius, Vare connected himself to the stolen Blackstone segment. Krail saw the librarian remove his gauntlet. The skin beneath was pale and scarred. Vare pressed his bare hand against the alien surface. "What will this do?" Krail asked. "Carry a signal through the null field." "At what cost?" Vare looked toward him. "Enough," he began. There was no warp to draw upon, so Vare used what remained inside himself. The psychic organs implanted during his transformation into an Adeptus Astartes had shaped his connection to the Empyrean for centuries. Now he forced their stored resonance into the Blackstone channels. Pain returned. It was welcome for less than a second. Then it became fire. His secondary heart stopped. One lung collapsed. Blood filled his mouth. The Blackstone segment ignited with lines of green and violet light. Vare projected a beacon into the null field. Not words. Challenge. Wound. Predation. He shaped the signal from memories taken during contact with the Sovereign. He gave it the psychic taste of the Deathwatch strike, the Xenophase blade entering its thorax, the severing of its shielding. The Norn Sovereign felt him. It stopped in the ruins of Nexus Primus. Its head turned toward the central focus. The embedded synapse organisms along its body opened their mouths. For the first time, the creature's reaction exceeded strategic response. Its talons drove into the ground. Its neural clusters surged. The hive mind did not hate as men hated. It did not possess ego, pride, or grievance in forms a human could recognize. But the Sovereign carried the memory of injury. It carried the shape of Vare's intrusion. It had been created for fixation, for objectives the hive mind deemed essential. The beacon transformed the librarian into one. The Norn Sovereign roared. The sound spread through local synapse networks. Billions of organisms turned with it. The swarm changed direction. Gale saw the movement on the hololith. "It worked," Holt answered over the command channel. "It is bringing everything. That is the purpose." "Everything, Lord General." The swarm entered the corridor. Gaunts filled streets from wall to wall. Carnifexes crushed the mounds of their own dead. Warriors maintained cohesion within the null field, passing command through overlapping local networks. At their center came the Norn Sovereign. It no longer avoided artillery. Shells burst against its regenerated armor. Embedded synapse organisms died and were shed. New ones climbed from the surrounding broods and attached themselves to open nerve sockets. The creature continued toward Vare's beacon. Necron pylons rose around the central focus. They emerged through streets, buildings, and bodies, blackstone monoliths displacing matter as though the hive had never existed. Green glyphs ignited across their surfaces. Setek stood upon the highest platform. His war scythe pointed toward the approaching swarm. "Activate alignment." The pylons turned. Space folded between them. Imperial guns fired along the flanks of the Tyranid advance. Necron Gauss volleys struck any organism moving beyond the corridor. Neither force attempted to halt the center. They fed it inward. Millions became hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions became billions. Hive Gathalamor disappeared beneath Chitin. The central focus opened below them. Above Carthis Prime, the ossuary star responded. Its rings halted. The black sphere divided, not into halves, into layers that existed inside, behind, and beyond one another. Each opened along angles impossible to view directly. The void at the center peeled back. Captive radiance emerged. It was brighter than a sun. No heat followed. The light fell across Carthis Prime, and every shadow froze. Metal became brittle. Blood crystallized inside open wounds. The Norn Sovereign raised its head. Setek looked upward. Vare screamed through the Blackstone, and within the opened ossuary star, something ancient began to return to its cage. The last battle for Carthis Prime began in orbit and beneath the Earth at the same moment. Above the planet, the wounded Tyranid fleet turned toward the ossuary star. Bioships that had spent hours drifting in synaptic confusion found direction through surviving local command organisms. Their movements were no longer graceful. They came in broken formations, propulsion sacs ruptured, feeder tendrils trailing frozen blood. Several had consumed portions of their own internal organs and carried the wounds as open cavities along their flanks. They accelerated anyway. The first bioship struck an outer control ring at full speed. Its prow disappeared against the Blackstone. The rest of the vessel folded around the impact. Chitin continent split. Internal pressure released clouds of organisms into the void. The control ring shuddered, but did not break. A second bioship followed, then a third. The hive mind spent them as battering rams. Between the rings, dimensional apertures opened. Necron vessels emerged from concealment without transition. Crescent warships slid into reality already firing. Green beams crossed the dark and cut Tyranid ships into drifting sections. Particle lances struck feeder tendrils, propulsion nodes and neural clusters with mathematical precision. The Tyranids answered at close range. Living torpedoes buried themselves in necrodermis hulls and released burrowing organisms. Acidic clouds spread across armor. One Necron cruiser vanished beneath a mass of feeder tendrils that dragged it into the open wound of a hive ship. Imperial Navy vessels attacked both. Commodore Armand Vale stood on the bridge of the St. Drusus, while the engagement dissolved into overlapping kill zones. Target? Necron cruiser crossing the lower ring. Fire! Lances struck the crescent vessel amidships. The same battery traversed before the beam had faded. Tyranid bioship approaching the central axis. Fire! The St. Drusus discharged again. No one on the bridge pretended the battle contained allies. If the Necrons gained full command of the ossuary star, Carthus Prime would be sterilized. If the Tyranids damaged the containment rings, the Cetan fragment would manifest. If the Hive fleet escaped with its adaptations intact, the threat would spread beyond the reach. The Navy fired whenever a solution appeared. Every gun crew knew they were attacking forces capable of annihilating them in return. The order remained unchanged. No victor. On the surface, the Hive mind committed everything. Hormagaunts flooded the remains of Hive Gathalamor. They filled avenues from wall to wall and climbed the collapsed architecture in layers. Broods ran across the backs of those beneath them. When trenches, blast craters or transit shafts opened beneath the advance, the first ranks fell and the next crossed over their bodies. Tyranid warriors held the swarm together. Their redundant ganglia pulsed in sequence beneath the null field. Some lost contact with the greater hive mind and continued directing only the organisms nearest to them. Others linked through overlapping local nodes, forming islands of command inside the silence. The advance no longer moved as one planetary intelligence. It moved as thousands. That made it less elegant. It did not make it weaker enough. Carnifex broods struck the Necron screens around the central focus. Monoliths hovered between rising pylons, gorse arcs burning across their facades. The first Carnifex reached the line with half its head missing. It rammed the nearest construct and drove both forelimbs into the living metal surface. The monolith's portal opened. Green light passed through the beast. Its flesh vanished in layers. The second Carnifex hit before the first had fallen. Then the rest came. Crushing claws tore at blackstone corners. Living metal flowed around the wounds and reformed. Monolith particle whips fired into the packed broods at point-blank range, removing bodies in straight lines. Exocrines anchored themselves in the ruins beyond. They fired across the battlefield. Bioplasma struck doomsday arcs as their weapons charged. One arc lost half its crew housing and continued firing with the surviving limbs. Its return shot crossed the hive as a column of green-white energy and erased 3 exocrines, the buildings behind them and the ground beneath. Another exocrine volley ruptured a monolith's dimensional core. The construct collapsed inward. A black pulse swallowed Necrons and Tyranids together. Setek watched from the pylon platform. His surviving court had been reduced to 2 cryptex and 4 Lichguard. Destroyers circled below, firing into every concentration of organic life they could detect. The Overlord did not look toward the human lines. He assumed they would die in the proper direction. The ossuary star fired. A plane of lightless force swept across Gathalamor. It passed through the eastern districts. Millions of Tyranid organisms vanished. So did 3 Imperial Guard divisions. The beam left no flame, no rubble, no bodies. Streets, hab towers, tanks, artillery positions, and every living thing between them ceased to exist along a geometric path several kilometers wide. The ground ended. Neighboring soldiers had no warning. Men advancing beside the affected zone stepped sideways and fell into empty space where a road had existed a heartbeat earlier. Tanks slid after them. A Baneblade's left track crossed the edge and found nothing beneath it. The super-heavy vehicle tilted, hung for one impossible instant, then dropped nose first into the trench carved by absence. It fell for 6 seconds before striking the bottom. Another sweep passed through the upper hive. A spire vanished from base to crown. The atmosphere rushed into the space it had occupied. The resulting pressure wave killed thousands more. Lord General Guile remained in the half-collapsed strategium until the ceiling above him disappeared. Black sky opened over the command table. The ossuary star filled it. "Central corridor integrity," he demanded. An officer dragged himself upright beside a shattered console. 71%. Blocking lines. Falling. Focus alignment. Necron pylons report partial convergence. Partial is useless. The officer looked toward the sky. "My lord, another sweep will remove the entire command district. Then transmit the orders before it does." Gale leaned over the surviving Vox array. "All formations. Maintain the corridor. Do not halt the Tyranid center. Fire on the flanks only." Static answered. Then Holt's voice. "Understood." At the center of the swarm, the Norn sovereign advanced. Its body had become a moving ruin. Armor plates hung open over exposed organs. Smaller synapse creatures remained embedded along its spine, some dead, others continuing to pulse. One talon dragged because the limb above it had been broken by artillery. Fresh tissue had grown around the fracture without restoring full function. It continued toward the focus. Then it saw the pylons, not merely as structures, as a pattern. The creature halted. Its neural clusters fired through every surviving connection. Information passed from the Sovereign into the local synapse web, and from there toward the remnants of the fleet. Containment geometry, null convergence, predatory attractor, trap. The Norn Sovereign understood. Its head turned away from the focus, toward the nearest pylon. Vare felt the change through the Blackstone fragment. "It knows." Krail stood beside him in the ruins of the Planetary Command Basilica. The basilica had once housed statues of saints and generals. Most had collapsed. A stone hand large enough to crush a tank lay across the western aisle. The roof was gone. Ash fell through the open sky. 3 Deathwatch veterans remained with Krail. Brother Hellion carried a Stalker pattern bolter with 12 rounds. Brother Soren bore a storm shield split down the center and a power maul reduced to half strength. Brother Cadis carried the last 2 melter charges. Vare leaned against the Blackstone control segment. His armor had opened along the chest to expose Medicaid ports. One heartbeat irregularly. The other had not restarted. "The Sovereign will destroy the pylon," he said. Krail checked the charge in his bolter. "Then we stop it. We must not kill it. Nothing about this plan requires mercy." The Sovereign changed direction. The swarm turned with it. The corridor began to fail. Imperial artillery shifted fire to the creature's new path. Shells struck the ruins around the pylon, collapsing streets and walls in an attempt to close the route. The Sovereign broke through them. Carnifexes rammed the fallen structures aside. Gaunts filled the gaps. Warriors restored command wherever the null field tore it apart. Krail entered the basilica's open nave. Positions. Helion climbed into the remains of a bell tower. Soren moved behind a collapsed saint. Cadis placed melter charges along the central aisle. None prepared for a duel. They prepared a firing solution. The Norn Sovereign entered through the eastern wall. Stone and ferrocrete burst around it. Krail fired first. His bolter rounds struck the exposed neural cluster beneath its left shoulder. The first detonated against armor. The second entered the gap and burst inside. The Sovereign turned. Helion fired from above. Stalker rounds hit the sensory pits along its crown. One ruptured. The creature recoiled and shifted right, toward the first charge. Cadis triggered it. Melter energy cut through the Sovereign's forward armor. Chitin became vapor. The blast opened a cavity large enough to expose the layered organs beneath. The creature did not fall. Soren charged from the flank. His storm shield took the first Talon strike. The field generator burst. The second strike passed through the shield and severed his left arm. Soren continued. He drove the power maul into the Sovereign's damaged knee. The weapon discharged. Bone broke inside the joint. The creature collapsed onto one side. Soren raised the maul again. A secondary limb impaled him through the abdomen and lifted him from the ground. He struck once more while suspended. The blow shattered another armor plate. The Sovereign threw him across the nave. He hit the remains of the altar and did not move. Krail fired into the opened plates. Left flank. Helion obeyed. Cadis moved. The action resembled drill, not heroism. No warrior sought the final blow. No one shouted challenge or oath. They damaged specific points, forced specific movements, and purchased seconds with ammunition, armor, and life. Cadis reached the second charge site. Gaunts entered behind the Sovereign. He fired his bolt pistol into them until the slide locked back. A warrior organism pushed through the lesser brood. Cadis looked toward Krail. Charge ready. Hold. The Sovereign dragged itself forward. Its broken limb reformed around secondary bone growth. Krail waited until its weight crossed the marked stones. Now. The second melter charge detonated. The floor vanished beneath the creature. The blast removed 2 legs and half the lower torso. The Sovereign fell into the crypt below. For one moment, the basilica became still. Then talons pierced the floor. The creature pulled itself upward. Regeneration tissue flooded the wounds. Vare stared at it through failing vision. It is not healing. Krail reloaded. It appears to disagree. It is redistributing mass, sacrificing internal systems. For movement. Yes. The Sovereign had abandoned longevity. It intended only to reach the pylon. The western doors opened behind the Death Watch. Colonel Holt entered with the remnants of the 77th Brontian long knives. There were fewer than 400. Their uniforms were burned. Many carried weapons taken from dead regiments. 2 heavy bolters remained. One had no tripod and was carried between 3 men. Holt saw the Sovereign rising from the crypt. Firing line! The Brontians spread across the western aisle. Their laser guns could not kill the creature. Holt knew it. He ordered fire anyway. Hundreds of beams struck the Norn Sovereign's head. The first volleys burned across armor. The next concentrated on the sensory pits. One burst, then another. The creature turned toward the new threat. Gaunts poured through the eastern breach. Holt drew his chainsword. Bayonets! The order reached the regiment. No one questioned it. The Brontians charged into the Gaunts. Laser guns fired once before impact. Then bayonets, rifle stocks, and entrenching tools met claws. Men disappeared beneath the brood. Others climbed over the dead to keep the path open. The heavy bolter teams fired through their own line. Shells tore Gaunts apart, meters from the guardsmen fighting them. Holt reached the first warrior organism and struck at the knee joint. The chainsword teeth broke against chitin. The warrior lowered a bone blade. A Brontian sergeant threw himself between them. The blade passed through the sergeant's chest. Holt drove his pistol into the warrior's mouth and fired until the skull ruptured. Keep them back. The regiment obeyed, not because the command was possible, because it had been given. At the final access bridge, Commissar Rourke stood alone beside the detonation console. The bridge crossed the shaft, leading to the central focus. Imperial survivors moved over it in broken groups. Brontians, artillery crews, Death Watch support personnel, and wounded men carrying Blackstone equipment. Tyranids filled the approach behind them. A warrior brood led the advance. Thousands of Gaunts followed. Rourke checked the charge lines. One was severed. He knelt and connected it by hand. A laser gun shot struck the console beside him. Not Tyranid fire. A panicked guardsman on the far side had turned and was shooting wildly into the swarm. Rourke ignored him. The last Imperial carrier crossed. Its rear wheels cleared the bridge. Rourke pressed the trigger. Nothing happened. The warrior brood reached the near end. Rourke opened the console, tore out the failed relay, and closed the circuit with the metal casing of his bolt pistol. The bridge detonated. There was no final declaration. No witness saw him stand. The blast removed the central span, the approaching warriors, thousands of gaunts, and the commissar himself. The shockwave reached Holt inside the basilica. He did not know what it meant, only that the access route behind them no longer existed. The Norn sovereign drove forward again. Krail moved to intercept. The creature struck him with the remains of one talon. His armor split across the chest. He hit the floor and rolled beneath a falling column. Hillian fired his last stalker rounds. 3 entered the same sensory cavity. The Sovereign located him by sound. A barbed projectile launched from one embedded organism and crossed the nave. Helion vanished from the tower in a spray of armor fragments. Vare left the Blackstone segment. He stepped into the open. The null field crushed every attempt to reach the warp, but the Sovereign's damaged mind remained linked to the beacon he had created. Vare seized that connection. The hive mind opened around him. He saw darkness between galaxies, not empty darkness. Fleets crossed it, vaster than those at Carthis, older, tendrils without names, some dormant, some feeding, some changing direction in response to signals no human instrument had ever detected. He saw worlds dissolved into nutrient oceans, species reduced to useful traits, eyes adapted beneath alien suns, armor grown against weapons whose makers had been extinct for millions of years, atmospheric lungs, crystal blood, bones that conducted electricity, predatory instincts taken from civilizations that had once believed themselves eternal. The hive mind remembered none of them as peoples, only functions. Vare searched deeper. He found the ossuary star, not the origin, not the first terror, a wound encountered in the extragalactic dark. One danger among others. The Tyranids had crossed gulfs where something had killed entire tendrils without leaving biomass to reclaim. They had altered course around regions from which no synaptic signal returned. They had consumed species that carried genetic memories of fleeing older predators. The ossuary star was not what had driven the Tyranids into the galaxy. It was merely one horror that had followed them in. The realization nearly broke him. The Sovereign felt his understanding. Its mind turned toward him with focused hatred, not the cold adjustment of strategy, not prey response, recognition. The creature charged. Krail rose beneath it. His xenophase blade entered the ruined joint of its remaining forelimb. He twisted, severing the secondary bone supports. The Sovereign collapsed forward. Krail moved inside its reach. He planted both boots against the damaged thorax and drove the blade deeper. "Now," he said. Vare reached for the Blackstone beacon. The signal ignited. The central focus opened beneath them. Necron pylons locked into alignment. Setek raised his war scythe and gave the command. The Citan fragment descended. The humanoid silhouette above Carthis Prime folded into a line of starless fire. It passed through the atmosphere without resistance and entered the central focus. The Norn Sovereign convulsed. For several seconds, the shard and the hive mind met through it. The effect crossed the system. Tyranid bioships screamed through every biological transmitter at once. Necron command matrices burned out. Imperial astropaths already dead rose in their restraints and spoke with voices of collapsing suns. The Sovereign's body became transparent. Within it, 2 immensities tore at one another. The hive mind attempted to consume. The Citan attempted to dissolve. Organic matter became energy. Energy became impossible geometry. Neural tissue formed and vanished faster than thought. Vare felt distant fleets recoil. Setek felt the prison recognize its captive. Krail held the Sovereign inside the focus. Its talons entered his armor. He did not release the blade. The ossuary star closed. The black sphere folded inward through impossible layers. The manifested shard vanished. The Norn sovereign vanished with it. Krail disappeared. Most of the basilica, the central focus, and every living thing within several kilometers ceased to exist. The pylons locked. The rings around the ossuary star returned to alignment. For one heartbeat, every surviving sensor on Carthus Prime reported stability. Then the engine continued moving. Its orbit decayed. The black sphere descended toward the planet. Setek looked up from the pylon platform. Gael saw the trajectory on the shattered strategium display. Ver lay where the basilica had ended, half his body beneath falling ash. The prison had closed, the god was contained, and the ossuary star was still coming. Setek the Unburied spoke through every surviving command screen on Carthus Prime. His image appeared distorted by green static. Half the golden mask of his dynasty had been burned away. Fractures crossed his chest and shoulders, each one slowly closing beneath flowing living metal. Behind him, the last functioning nexus pulsed. "The prison is restored," he said. Lord General Severin Gale stood on the bridge of the Malediction of Duty, still linked to the surface by a failing command relay. Below the cruiser, Carthus Prime turned beneath the ossuary star. The black sphere had entered the upper atmosphere. Its rings extended beyond the planetary curve, immense structures cutting through cloud systems and orbital wreckage. Necron glyphs burned across them in fading sequences. The null field weakened with every minute. It did not disappear. It faltered. The Astronomicon remained absent from the navigator's sight. Astropathic channels remained dead. Warp translation calculations returned only error, contradiction, and madness. Gael looked at Setek's image. "You said containment had succeeded. It has. The device is still descending. Containment is not control." The Lord General's expression hardened. "Then control it." The Necron Overlord's eyes brightened. "You address me as though your authority has survived your world. My authority is the only reason your nexus remains in our hands. No, your soldiers preserved it because they died at a useful rate." Gael ignored the insult. "What happens if the ossuary star reaches the surface? It will anchor itself to the tomb network. The shard will awaken again. Next time, the surviving prison mechanisms may not be sufficient. How long? Unknown. Hours? Perhaps. Years? Perhaps." Setek leaned closer to whatever translation device carried his image. "Your demand for precision does not make precision possible." Gael studied the planetary schematic. The surviving control nexus lay beneath the remains of the northern manufacturum plate. Necron systems connected it to infrastructure buried through the mantle and core. "What is your solution?" "I will translate the ossuary star out of the system. Into the warp." Setek's contempt was immediate. "I am not one of your navigators." "Then where?" "Interstellar space. A dimensional corridor will remove the device from local causality and reintroduce it beyond this stellar boundary." Gael saw the energy requirements appear on the display. The readings were impossible. Planetary mass conversion, core destabilization, crustal phase collapse. "What powers the translation?" he asked. Setek said nothing. Gael understood. "Carthus Prime. The tomb network was built through the planetary core. You will destroy the world. The world is already destroyed. Billions remain alive. Then they remain alive briefly." Gael looked through the command deck windows. Carthus Prime filled half the view. Storm systems turned over continents broken by bombardment. Fires marked the locations of hive cities. Capillary towers rose through the atmosphere. The Western Hemisphere bore geometric wounds where the ossuary star had fed. 23 billion had once lived there. No current count existed. No accurate signal survived long enough to complete one. Gael turned to his operations staff. "Evacuation order. all remaining orbital-capable transports. The bridge became still. Commodore Vale stood beside the Strategium pit. His uniform was torn at one shoulder. Dried blood marked his left ear. "My lord," Vale said, "we have fewer than 400 functional surface lifters." "Then launch all 400. Several cannot reach orbit. They will attempt it. Available capacity is less than 2 million. Guile looked at the casualty projection. Less than one person in 10,000. "Priority list," he said. The officers waited. Navigator houses, surviving military archives, command personnel capable of rebuilding sector defense, Mechanicus genetic repositories, regimental gene banks, skilled void crew, astropathic support staff who remain physically viable. Vale said nothing. Guile continued. "No civilian mass embarkation." An aide flinched. The Lord General saw it. "State your objection." The aide looked toward the planet. "My family is in Hive Corvin." "Then your family is dead." The words came without cruelty. That made them worse. The aide lowered his head. Guile turned back to the display. "Transmit the order." On the surface, evacuation sirens began to sound. They did not reach most districts. Power had failed through much of Hive Gathalamor. Vox relays transmitted only fragments. Civilians heard rumors before orders. Ships were coming. The upper fields were open. The military had transports. The priests had transports. The rich had transports. Crowds formed before anyone announced where to go. They filled transit corridors already blocked by wreckage. They climbed lift shafts after the lift stopped. Arbites opened fire around restricted embarkation gates. Guardsmen used bayonets to hold civilians away from ammunition carriers. The evacuation fields lay north of the Hive ruins, where broad landing grounds had once serviced merchant bulk haulers. Now burning transports covered half the area. Some had been destroyed during the first Tyranid assault. Others had landed too hard and broken their undercarriages. Fuel lines ran across the ground in hastily repaired channels, guarded by soldiers with orders to shoot anyone who crossed the perimeter. Colonel Garin Holt received his orders beside the wreck of a Valkyrie. The 77th Brontian long knives stood around him. Fewer than 300 remained. Some had no helmets. Some had no boots. One man carried a lasgun with a bayonet tied to the barrel by electrical wire. Another had wrapped both hands around a broken heavy bolter grip because the weapon's stock no longer existed. Holt read the transport allocation twice. No Brontian designation appeared. He opened the command channel. "Lord General Gale," Static answered. Then Gale's voice. "Holt. The 77th has not received lift assignment." "No." Holt waited. Gale did not explain. "Mission?" Holt asked. "Defend Launch Field Central until the final transport clears." "Expected extraction after completion?" "None." Around Holt, his soldiers listened without pretending otherwise. He looked toward the sky. The ossuary star had turned day into black twilight. Its rings crossed the heavens. Beneath them, Imperial transports rose from distant fields in uneven intervals, some trailing smoke. "Understood," Holt said. A pause followed. Then Gale spoke more quietly. "You have served beyond expectation. That is not a useful order." "No." "Then give me one. Purchase departure time." "With what?" Gile's answer came after several seconds. "Everything." The channel ended. Holt climbed onto the wing of the wrecked Valkyrie. The long knives gathered around him. He looked at their faces. Some were boys who had become old in 2 days. Some had fought beside him since before the Gathalamor Reach. Some were replacements whose names he had never learned. "The Emperor requires time," Holt said. The men watched him. "We will purchase it." No one cheered. They began preparing positions. The Tyranids recovered faster than Setek predicted. At the edge of the system, surviving Hive ships re-established synaptic contact. The connection came in fragments at first. A pulse through one warrior brood. A coordinated turn among gargoyles. A carnifex that had been feeding on dead gaunts suddenly lifted its head and began moving north. Then the signal strengthened. The Norn sovereign was gone. The command architecture it had built remained. Redundant ganglia connected local broods to distant fleet nodes. Lesser synapse beasts resumed control. Organisms that had fought as isolated clusters rejoined a wider pattern. The hive mind looked upon Carthus Prime again. Its command beast was dead. Billions of organisms had been sacrificed. The world was breaking. The hunger remained. Ground swarms turned toward the launch fields. Imperial auspex detected them as moving terrain. The first embarkation sites fell before warning could be transmitted. Gargoyles descended upon loaded shuttles and entered through open ramps. Carnifexes crushed fuel stations. Sporocysts seeded runways with living mines. At Launch Field Central, Holt watched the horizon disappear. Range? A surviving artillery lieutenant checked an optical scope. 4 kilometers. Guns? 2 Hydras, 3 Lascanon teams, 1 mortar section. Heavy bolters have 22,000 rounds combined. How many shells for the Medusa? 4. Use them well. The first transport lifted behind them. Its engines threw dust across the field. Hundreds of officers and archive servitors had been packed inside. No civilians. People outside the perimeter threw themselves toward it. Guardsmen fired over their heads, then into them. The transport climbed. A Harridan struck it at 200 meters. The aircraft rolled. One wing broke free. The hull descended beyond the field and exploded among the refugee crowds. No rescue detail moved. The next transport began loading. The Tyranids came into range. Hydras fired first. Autocannon shells climbed into the gargoyle mass. Winged organisms burst apart and fell across the defense line. Some remained alive after impact and attacked from the ground. Mortars dropped rounds into the advancing gaunts. The explosions opened holes. The holes closed. Lascanons targeted carnifexes. One beast lost both legs and continued crawling. Another took a beam through the skull and remained upright for 6 steps before collapsing. Heavy bolters opened fire. The long knives held 3 ranks. The front rank fired kneeling. The second fired standing. The third replaced the dead. Lasgun barrels glowed. Charge packs emptied. Men took fresh cells from bodies without checking whether the owners were alive. The swarm reached the outer fuel trenches. Promethium ignited. Fire climbed above the field. Gaunts ran through it. The first ranks burned. The next crossed over their corpses. Behind the defensive line, transports launched one after another. Some carried navigators in sealed life support thrones. Some carried regimental standards, gene vaults and tactical archives. One carried 12 surviving members of the planetary nobility because their genetic records had been classified as administratively significant. Thousands of civilians broke through the southern fence and rushed a troop lighter during final ignition. The pilot launched anyway. Engine wash turned the first rows into vapor. The rest were crushed beneath the landing gear as it rose. The long knives fired until the heavy bolters stopped. One jammed. The crew opened the receiver and found the internal mechanism fused. They used the weapon as cover. The second ran dry. Its gunner lifted a las pistol and continued shooting. The third exploded when a flesh borer struck the ammunition feed. The blast killed the crew and everyone within 10 meters. "Fix bayonets," Holt ordered. The command passed down the line. Steel clicked into place. Where bayonets were missing, men drew entrenching tools. One soldier held a broken rifle by the barrel like a club. The gaunts struck. The first Imperial rank vanished beneath claws. The second stepped forward. Men stabbed into mouths, joints and eyes. They fired lasguns with muzzles pressed against chitin. When weapons failed, they used stocks. When stocks broke, they used fists. A Brontian trooper lost one arm and continued fighting with the other. A warrior organism entered the line. Holt shot it through the throat. The bolt pistol round detonated inside the neck, but did not kill it. The creature swung a bone sword. Holt ducked beneath the strike and drove his chainsword into the damaged opening. The blade screamed against vertebrae. The warrior fell forward and carried him to the ground. 2 soldiers dragged him free. 1 died before Holt could stand. "Last transport loading," came the Vox report. Holt looked back. The final heavy lifter stood on the central pad. Its hull bore the name Mercy of St. Casimir, though nothing merciful remained in the field around it. Engines turned. The embarkation ramp closed. Tyranids poured across the northern perimeter. The 77th no longer had a line, only knots of men fighting where they stood. Holt reached the Deathstrike storage cradles. The missiles had never been deployed. There had been no launch vehicles capable of carrying them after the Western Wall fell. 6 warheads remained locked in armored racks beneath a revetment. The storage crew were dead. Holt opened the control shelter. A tech adept lay across the console with both legs missing. One eye opened. "Authorization," the adept whispered. "Holt, Colonel, 77th Brontian." "Insufficient." Holt placed his pistol beneath the adept's chin. "Override." The adept looked at him, then at the swarm. A trembling hand moved across the console. "Manual detonation enabled." Behind them, the Mercy of St. Casimir began to rise. The shadow of its hull crossed the field. Holt opened the regimental channel. No formal speech came to him, no final words worthy of record. "Stand where you are," he said. The remaining long knives obeyed. The transport climbed above them. Holt pressed the firing key. The Deathstrike warheads detonated in their cradles. Launch Field Central became white light. The explosion vaporized the field, the 77th Brontian long knives, and millions of Tyranid organisms. The fireball expanded through the lower atmosphere and burned a circular wound into the cloud deck. From orbit, it looked like a second sunrise. The Mercy of St. Casimir escaped the blast by less than 3 seconds. Holt did not see it. Setek activated the translation mechanism. The last nexus opened beneath him. Blackstone pylons across Carthus Prime answered, including those buried beneath oceans, mountain chains, and hive foundations. Green lines spread through the crust in perfect geometric patterns. The planet fractured along them. Continents split without tectonic warning. The western landmass divided into 7 angular plates. Oceans poured into widening seams. Mountain ranges sheared apart along smooth plains. Hive ruins toppled into chasms that reached the mantle. The ossuary star descended until the central sphere touched the tomb network. Space inverted. A dimensional corridor opened around the planet. From the bridge of the malediction of duty, Gale watched Carthus Prime come apart. Cities vanished into green light. Capillary towers broke and fell. Tyranid swarms continued fighting, even as the ground beneath them separated into drifting sections. Setek's final transmission entered the command net. "The property is withdrawn." Gael turned toward the planetary image. "You are destroying your own world." Setek's mask filled the screen. "I am removing it from yours." The transmission ended. Carthus Prime collapsed into geometry. The ossuary star vanished first. Its rings folded into the dimensional corridor. The black sphere disappeared with them. Then the tomb network translated. The planet followed. For one impossible moment, Carthus Prime existed as thousands of separated layers, each visible through the others. Then all of it was gone. No debris remained, no dying atmosphere, no shattered moon of stone. Only an empty place where a hive world had been. 23 billion souls disappeared with it. The evacuation fleet turned away. Of the world's population, fewer than 2 million had reached orbit. That number fell almost immediately. Without the Astronomicon, navigators could not establish safe routes. The null disturbance left by the ossuary star spread across the local warp. Some ships attempted short translations and never returned. Others emerged inside stars. One transport reappeared 3 light years from the system, with its crew fused into the bulkheads. A convoy of 19 ships entered the warp together. 2 arrived at the Gathalamor anchorage. The rest vanished. The malediction of duty remained in real space. Commodore Vale ordered sublight withdrawal, while the navigators recovered. Imperial escorts formed around the surviving transports. No astropathic message could be sent. No reinforcement knew where to find them. Vare stood beside Guile on the observation deck. The librarian had survived. His armor had been cut away from his left side. One arm remained in a suspension brace. Portions of his implanted organs had failed permanently. The psychic hood had been removed from his skull because the connection nodes beneath it had burned black. He no longer carried his force staff. Guile watched the empty stars where Carthus Prime had been. Were they running? He asked. Vare knew whom he meant. Yes. From the ossuary star. Yes. Then Kelthorne was right. No. Gale turned. The librarian's face had become gaunt. His eyes no longer tracked movement naturally. They remained fixed upon distances no one else could see. They withdrew from it, Vare said. Do not call that fear. What would you call it? Assessment. They sacrificed fleets. They sacrifice everything. They lost the sovereign. It had already completed much of its purpose. They lost a world's worth of organisms, and learned which ones could survive the null field. Gale looked back toward the void. You believe they can adapt to it. Given enough encounters, it erased them. So did our weapons once. The Lord General was silent. Vare continued. They did not flee as prey flees a predator. They changed course around a threat they could not yet consume. Yet. Yes. The word remained between them. Beyond the galactic rim, the surviving Tyranid tendril turned. Its remaining bioships traveled without light through the intergalactic dark. Synaptic command passed among them in slow pulses. The loss of Carthus Prime entered the hive mind, not as grief, but as information. Null suppression, Blackstone resonance, material dissolution, Citan energy states, redundant command structures, viable survival intervals. The tendril altered course. Far ahead, something larger answered. The first shapes emerged from the darkness between galaxies. They were not ships in any human meaning of the word. They were migrations, continents of flesh wrapped around void organs, living masses so vast that lesser hive fleets moved within their shadows. Tendrils extended across distances measured in systems. The Carthus survivors joined them. Their information passed inward. The larger hive mind received it. Behind them, other shapes drifted through the dead gulf, too vast for vessels, too ordered for natural phenomena. They moved between cold galaxies without signal or light. Some were lines, some were rings, some resembled stars until they changed direction. The hive mind noticed them. It remembered the ossuary star. Across the greater mass, new organs began to grow. New ganglia divided. New organisms formed within birthing chambers deeper than worlds. Not fear, preparation. The Milky Way turned ahead of them, bright with life, war, and hunger. Humanity waited there, believing the Tyranids were the darkness at the edge of creation. It did not understand that the darkness held other shapes. It did not understand that the great devourer could learn. It did not understand that there was always something worse,